We are back for the Hearthstone Global Games. We've got more matches coming up for you, and I've got a new caster yet again. We just got him on rotate here. Sottl has returned, couldn't keep him away for too long. Did you enjoy that series? I know you're a fan of, Pokrovac and Sifka, etc.
Yeah, Pokrovac is a player that has impressed me more and more. Again, he was a player that we were introduced to when we were introduced to a swathe of incredible players that we'd never seen before, when we're like HCT really just switched to an open format, and how all these big names, Neyman, Dr. Hippie, Pokrovac as well, all came through.
I feel like that championship was like, it was almost like saying like, oh, it was a good year for wine or something. That was a good season for new Hearthstone players. That was a good age there going up.
But yeah, he was a very impressive player, and we got to talk to him. I do always, tend to judge a player's ability first and foremost by just talk to them about the game and listen to them, see what ideas they have, how they approach the game, etc. And Pokrovac was very impressive back then. He was obviously very impressive there when he was able to dig deep down into the those intricacies of the last few turns, particularly in that Druid versus Pirate Warrior game. So yeah, huge performance by Czech Republic, perhaps showing that we're not giving them enough credit in that group where we're very much focusing on Ukraine. Czech Republic are matching them every step of the way so far.
They're looking forward to the Ukraine match.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, it's going to be great. But less about those. That match has been and gone. It's in the past. We've got the next one coming up, and it is going to be Bulgaria versus Sweden coming up next. And then we've got Greece versus Portugal, which is going to be a great one. Look, I get to sit back and relax and watch that one. And then we're going to finish up the day with Ravens bonus round. And it's going to be Romania versus United States.
Yep, cannot wait. Only halfway through the day because of our extended day today with the 6th series added on to the end. We got some bonus content for you, and it's going to be Romania versus United States, which is perhaps the most important series of the entire day, with massive stakes on the line for both of those teams. Romania basically have to win. I said Romania.
Romania.
With a team with RDU on it, Romania is accurate. But yeah, they need to win. There are, no memes about it. They need to win just to stay in the tournament pretty much at this point, whereas the United States can pretty much just crown themselves into the second stage with a victory over Romania.
But we can check out the roster of the series we have coming up right now. It's going to be Bulgaria versus Sweden.
Versus Alliance and Show.
Alliance plus Show. So, Team Sweden/Alliance is a very interesting team to me because we've known these players for a long time now. These are old guard at this point, but they seem to be very up and down in terms of performance. They were against China and went 0-2, but then Oskaka pulled it out the bag, basically carried 2 of the games. Playing as a team, of course, but him piloting, and then they ended up winning the series with a reverse kill. But I feel like they either completely blow me away in terms of performance, and all of these players as well separately either blow me away in terms of performance, or I'm always like, oh, I thought you could do better. You know what I mean? It's very up and down.
And I think Orange is perhaps the living embodiment of that, if you want to narrow it down to one player. He is perhaps the streakiest Hearthstone player that we've ever had, just going through insane runs where there's just a couple of majors like back to back in the course of a couple of months, and then just nothing for months at a time, and then suddenly he's back on top again and posting great results. So
the ones where he either wins or O2's out, right? It's just, that's it.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with that assessment overall, that they are, a very, very turbulent team, very up and down, as you put it. But Bulgaria, on the other hand, there's a few names on there that might just about be recognizable to you. Best Udiri EU is a regularly shows up on the top 100, top 200 lists. Of course, Silent Storm, perhaps the most well-known player overall. Perhaps because, you always see the name Silent Storm because there's about 15 of them.
Yeah, I think I've got about 3 on my friends list.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, we can see the matchups now, and just to quickly go over the format, is a team best of 5, with the first team to hit 3 wins the series. Each player will face off against the player opposite them, picking one of their 2 selected classes to face off with. And just a quick note there, it looks like it's going to be Silent Storm and Powder as the ace players, potentially, if it goes that far.
If it goes that far, indeed, yeah. And the class pairings are the really important thing, because the order might as well be random. The players do get to select it, but they don't have any information about what their opponents are doing when they select the order. So it's basically, just take your chances.
Who's a night owl? You can
sure, yeah. The real intricacies come in as just to which classes you're pairing together, and there's a couple of interesting breakpoints that start to develop, which is where you're putting Warlock, because it's quite often a class that you want to bury, you want to hide, you want to protect it, you don't want to play it. Warlock's just not particularly powerful in the early days of this new format. Still plenty of time for that to change, but right now not looking too promising. Then there's like the power classes, the paladins, the mages. Which classes do you put those with? Because there's a good chance in most matchups you're going to want to pick your paladin and your mage. Yep. So then there's 2 other class slots there that you can perhaps just put something that you're not so keen on playing. And you can see now one class gets eliminated. It's Priest on both sides for Golem, Pachaga, and Orange. Priests go down. It's going to be Rogue versus Paladin.
Yeah, it's going to be a cool matchup. And just a note on the pairings as well. What's interesting me as we talk about Warlock more and more, as we see it less and less, is that Warlock is not used as the 9th ace deck. And the only thing I can think of there, because I would like to just throw that deck away and make the odds on having to play it very, very slim. But the only thing I can think of is if you get to that ace match where everything's on the line,
right,
you only have one deck to pick in that case, right, the one you haven't played earlier.
Yeah, no one wants to rely on Warlock, that's the problem. So it is a big risk. You know, obviously it gives you the maximum chance of having a genuine double choice for each of your first 4 matchups to take down the series 3-0 or 3-1. You have that maximum power available to you. But if it then comes down to the wire, it's very likely you just have a choice of 1 for your remaining ace match deck, which is going to end up being the class that you didn't play, whoever that player was originally. So it's definitely a tough call. And, you know, Warlock is definitely one of the big sticking points of this format right now. Just being mandated to bring 9 classes, you have to find something to do with Warlock. And I wonder whether over the next couple of weeks, we might see teams maybe even just nominating one player to say, go away and just find something we can do with Warlock. Even if it's just a hard counter to one thing. You know, one or 2 things, just something we can put in our lineup and just have it do a job.
I'll be honest as well, I've been keeping an eye on some of the more well-known Warlock players. Yeah, Eloise, for example, just loves Warlock.
Yeah.
And even Eloise is like, yep, there's nothing to play.
GG!
Yeah, and that's when you know there's a problem. But let's get into this first game. It's going to be Bulgaria versus Sweden. Golem Pachaga for Bulgaria on the Quest Rogue with Wisps, it seems. And then Orange on the Paladin for Sweden. Orange, a player I greatly respect for his Hearthstone skills and his hair skills as well.
So knew that was coming. Murloc Tidecallers in the opening hand. These, for me, are the big decider as to how this matchup goes. Yes, Control Paladin does have the tools to go into a long game against a quest-activated rogue. Yeah, you know, a Quality Consecration, Sunkeeper Tarim, all these things can, you know, find yourself more and more turns, get yourself maybe to a Primordial Drake turn in the late game. Maybe you just about get there, but you know, you talked about the available counterplay to Quest Rogue in the last series and how there is some. Yeah, there is, but it's pretty much just one plan, which is kill them very, very quickly.
Yeah, as in, you know, you get X turns, right?
Right, yeah, and so Murloc Tidecallers are just one of the best tools in Paladin to be able to do that. They're not featured in every list, and so 2 major plus points for Orange and Sweden right now. 1, they're in his deck. 2, he just has both of them, yeah.
As well, look at this curve. So there's potential Hydrologist, like on curve if you don't care about the extra health, extra attack from the Tidecaller, which is reasonable. The turn after, there's Tidecaller into Secret, which makes the either, say, Getaway Code or Redemption work with the Tidecallers, and then you can go into a Megasaur if everything survives. And to be honest, against Rogue, it's probably going to survive, or at least half of it.
When you say a Megasaur, the way you say it makes it sound like Omegasaur, just the Alpha and Omegasaur. That sounds like we should have that as a cut.
Some of the stuff we can do.
I mean, we have Ultrasaur. Like, what's a Megasaur? A 1421 dinosaur? Is that what we're getting?
Just a 420 dinosaur.
Hydrologist hits the board. Getaway Kodo is picked up. Redemption with these Murlocs on board, though, is not a bad idea either, since you have Cold Light Seer, Tidecaller number 2. Just having these things revive at 1 health might just throw a spanner in the works for your opponent, allow you to land a buff or even a Megasaur in a few turns.
Exactly. I think the important part here is the Megasaur. You want to play on 4, right? So the Redemption over the Getaway Kodo, although not as good in terms of value, means that you don't have to play it again. It's just on the board, which means, you know, you can probably just play that Megasaur on curve. And to be honest, Megasaur on curve that early on means Rogue probably can't do much about that board.
First time getting a good look at Golden Getaway Kodo.
That's cool, isn't it?
Pretty sick. That was all.
Thanks. Yeah. Also as well, just a bit of information that you probably won't have. The image of Redemption there, that artwork of the dude with his hand up, is or at least was the casting animation for a lot of spells as a human in World of Warcraft. when you finish the spell, they raise their hand like
Thanks.
that. So
this is my interested face.
doesn't look like his interested face, although I've never seen it, so I wouldn't know.
No. So now Tycaller number 1 will go down, which you have to mark as a small win for Bulgaria here if you're in their camp. Taking care of these Tycallers and making sure they don't just single-handedly blow out the game is definitely the first thinking point here for Bulgaria. But they do need to stop this Murloc flood in general as soon as they possibly can. Perhaps even before they really think about how quickly and efficiently they can move towards that quest. They probably do have to think just about how they are going to get control of this board.
Yeah, and just a small nod as well. We've not really mentioned it, I don't think, where the quest isn't played. Right. The quest is not live. It's not just a turn 1 play of the quest, as you see most of the time. The acknowledgement of, aggressive Murlocs.
Yeah.
Let's just not bother with the quest for a minute. Let's slow this down and give us an opening to kill it is very important.
And it's exactly what I was talking about before, where it's Murloc Tycaller that has done that. If it was, Valfin Inquisitor on turn 1, for example, they probably wouldn't have freaked out too much about it. In some ways, you can kind of lull your opponent into a full sense of security like that, and then, there's still Murlocs on the board. They've just gone for the quest route. You slam a War Leader, then you slam a Megasaur, and it's game over. But since it was, it sounds like a Megasaur, right? When you go straight to the Tidecallers, then you instantly set off that flag to your opponent, like, okay, quest can wait, I'm just going to die, I just need to get some semblance of board control on this board.
Especially because outside of something truly crazy, which couldn't happen because they weren't on the coin anyway, is that the Glacial Shard kills the Tidecaller, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, Valfin comes out, Glacial Shard's like, great, we save 1 damage, don't kill it anyway without the dagger, which then further delays the quest.
Right. They had different options for a turn 1 play there that wasn't the quest. They could have gone Firefly, for example, and just moved from there. But yeah, I like it. Firefly Coin Flame Elemental even would have been a viable play if they wanted to contest an early board instead. But as we've mentioned, still turn 3 now, and they are yet to play that quest as of yet, and just might continue just trying to develop onto the board here. But they will have 1 mana spare here, even if they go for the Firefly route.
Yeah, well, they got Firefly and just Hero Power at this point.
Good.
Which means they can trade off pretty easily the 2/3. But what's important here is they're in a unique situation where playing the quest doesn't matter yet, because it looks with the Igneous Elemental and the Firefly, the Flame Elementals they get will proc the quest. So they've not played anything they want to proc the quest with anyway. Right. So they're in a very unique situation where they're not being punished too hard, apart from having to slip that 1 mana in at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like this play as well. It's a crucial point as well, because normally, if you don't get Igneous Elemental, normally your Firefly route is done on the Firefly, because you want to be bouncing that consistently and getting the Flame Elementals. You might end up activating the quest with the Flame Elementals eventually, but you are bouncing the Firefly to keep it coming back to your hand. But with the Igneous Elemental, you can often just get it done much, much quicker by just bouncing the Flame Elementals themselves.
Yep. So, not the on-curve Megasaur we were talking about earlier on, as the board has been kind of dealt with. 2/4 Hydrologist, though. And now Grimescale Chum. Should be Chump. Would be great. And Hydrologist is available if you really want. Along with that Tidecaller, do you just go wide, kill... Do you even kill this off? You kind of want the Tidecaller to live, right? Wonder whether you trade into Igneous.
Tidecaller still dies to Firefly plus second swing of the weapon, no matter what you do. So
True.
It's moderately irrelevant. In fact, I think trading into the...
Well, you can make it not, right? Because the Chum. You can...
Oh, if you just deliberately buff it this turn? Yeah, no, I guess that's fine then, yeah. And like just giving your opponent Flame Elemental number 2 and 3 is going to happen anyway. They can just trade and do it this turn, so there's no real concern there. Nice. So yeah, I definitely do like this.
And again, small thing, most people probably do it, but just a small ordering thing. You guaranteed by playing the Hydrologist first, the Chum buffs the Tidecaller, which means it can't be traded into.
Right, yeah, and that decision is fairly obvious in that spot, because you definitely want the 3rd health just to protect it, as you spoke about. It's more often the debate on turn 1, or when you have the coin as well on turn 1, like which order do I do this in?
Just to point out the sequencing, that's all.
Right. And but Murloc, you can go Tidecaller first and then summon the Chum and you gain +1/+0, whereas if you do it the other way around, you gain +1/+1. It's not immediately obvious to think of it like that, but it is, of course, usually correct to do it in that order.
Yeah, now... the board's kind of full again of Murlocs. There is the Omegasaur, and Redemption and Noble
Can't
Sacrifice.
just now deliberately call it Omega Soul. It's just not its
rename.
name.
Blizzard, get that patch in.
Yeah.
We can just rename it to the not so gentle Omega Soul.
Yeah.
But yeah, the option of Redemption or Noble Sacrifice actually really nice here. To couple with the Megasaur as well.
It's looking like it's going to be quest time very soon. That is 1, 2, and 3 coming down. Shadow Step hitting the board is number 4 as well. And going into the 5-mana turn perfectly, it means that the quest will be activated. The decision here is whether they need this 1-2 to contest immediately, or whether they hold it and play it next turn for a guaranteed 5-5. And they've gone for the immediate 1-2 here, just to be able to contest this board.
Yep. I do like it, to be honest. Oh, now he's Valfin into Megasaur there.
It has to be, right?
Well, you know the quest is going off.
Yeah.
So there's no question of, well, he can only kill one Murloc this turn. If he kills a Tidecaller, it comes back, you know.
Well, actually, no. Noble Sacrifice, since the dagger was exhausted last turn, and you can only kill 3 minions, so that Noble Sacrifice is actually a 2/5 taunt in this spot. Because the quest is just getting played, right? Unless there's prep, there's no room to dagger or to get anything else to come into play. Anything else that came into play, even if it was a charger, would be a 5-attack minion anyway. So almost certainly, unless we live in Preparation World, that Noble Sac is going to turn out to be a 2/5 taunt.
Preparation World, where everything costs 3 less.
Yeah.
3 whatever's less.
Yeah. Eastern Europe, as it's otherwise known.
Very true. Okay, +3 attack is just the snap pick. I didn't catch what the left one was, but probably
wow! 20 damage set up on the board, and it's going to be able to go through next turn because of the Noble Sacrifice now tanking this 5/5 on the board.
And these, again, it looks like, well, 15 damage traded away. Kind of, but kind of 15 damage gained as well.
Yeah.
Like, what you're doing is you're removing the options from the rogue. Suddenly, Crystal Core. 1/5/5.
So
not too impactful.
Let's think about this. 20 damage going through next turn, almost certainly. Vilefin Inquisitor 21. The hero power summoned from Vilefin Inquisitor 22. So they are very, very close to pushing through lethal here. Almost any buff effect Murloc is going to get the job done. Rockpool Hunter would be lethal. War Leader would be lethal. Second Megasaur is almost certainly lethal on its own. Bluegill Warrior, if it's there, will actually end up being lethal as well. So a ton of lethal draws on the follow-up turn here.
Yeah. This is kind of incredible. There was one option, I guess, if Prep was drawn now, where if you get off a Vanish, right? And although it gives a lot of value back to Orange, Team Sweden, they'd have to replay that again. He attacked before the quest, so the quest is not the plan. And I feel like whenever the quest is not the plan, whoever's not the rogue is feeling pretty good about life.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not going to play my quest this turn. I'm going to stick with my 1/2s.
Yeah, just trying to live here for one turn and then look for a Vanish turn maybe in the future to try and find the time. Vilefin Inquisitor number 2, that's 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Is the mana there? 1, 2, and 2 hero powers? Yes, 4 Murlocs get summoned.
Oh yeah, because you can chain it, right? Let's see if Orange has got this sequence in on point. I've seen a lot of players mess this up.
Really?
Not so much pros, fun life. At the lowly rank.
At rank 17, yeah.
Actually, what rank are you at the moment?
Which server and which format would you like, Rick?
Pick one. What's your highest rank?
I'm 8 in standard on NA, I think.
NA, please.
Yeah.
That's like 12 on EU, yeah?
Okay.
I'm 8 on EU. Wild.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, no.
Hey, Wild's very competitive at the moment. Thank you.
All right, let's focus in. Put our useless bickering to side for one moment as we try and secure the fact that this is in fact lethal. Yep. Looks good to me. One more Murloc to be summoned. 18 damage in play, and the one more makes the 19.
Exactly.
Yep. Counted it right.
Yeah, but see the shake of the head there. That was kind of a rough game. Orange is just giggling to himself manically.
Why is that so funny? All right, fine, yeah. Orange, you do you, buddy.
You know what? I can only imagine happening. This is not confirmed. We'll ask them if we interview them.
Oh, they started playing out the turn, and then someone's just gone in the background. Wait, he's dead, right?
Yeah,
that's what's happened. Yeah,
he's not, because I said I've seen a lot of people miss the hero power like reversal interaction of playing a Vilefin twice, and they're like, ha ha ha. It's like, oh no, Orange might have there. It's like, and then someone else on the team has gone, nope, this is lethal, don't mess it up.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, we got this. So very, very swift win there for Team Sweden. And they said something else then. Team Sweden there for Orange as well, taking it back to 19 with that Paladin. And again, I'm genuinely afraid of Paladin at the moment. We've seen players just pair it with Warlock because it's like, guess what? Paladin's just good enough to beat anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of proven its point.
Yeah, people are just pairing it with Warlock and saying, I will take my Paladin against your two choices of deck. So we saw Kalento do it. We've seen people do it today. There seems to be a similar theory going on in this matchup as well, except it's with Warrior. And it's like, hey, we're going to put Warrior up with our Warlock. We're going to pick Warrior. And then maybe Warrior isn't overall as strong as Paladin, but it's very, very strong. And there's either Pirate Warrior or Quest Warrior has a good matchup against your decks, right? Yeah. So when you're looking at it over from the other side, you go, okay, he's going to play Warrior because he's not going to pick Warlock. But is it Pirates or is it Quest? You're still in a weird spot.
And because the decks are the complete polar opposites of each other, you cannot pair two classes that one isn't weak to something, right?
Right,
because they're so opposite.
And because generally, when you put two classes together, you're doing it to cover each other's weaknesses. So it's actually very likely that you have one deck that's very good against Quest Warrior and one deck that's very good against Pirate Warrior, because those decks in general are going to be opposites of each other, and opposites are kind of what you want to pair together in this format.
Well, even if you didn't do that and you said, okay, this lineup's going to demolish Control Warrior, well, still 50-50 there's Pirate, so then they pick Pirate, and it just doesn't ever work out that way. So again, Warrior, just because of its point in the meta, the two core decks that are the strongest at the moment for this class, means that it's, again, just another class that, as you said, you kind of can pair with Warlock and just pretend Warlock doesn't exist, shift Gul'dan to the corner, and hope for the best there. But Ostkaka, I think he has been playing the Taunt Warrior quite a lot recently.
Interesting. I'm actually not sure. The last time I was watching too much of Ostkaka's stream, he was... No, he's been streaming recently since he joined Alliance. He pops up every now and again for a few hours and then gets bored. But yeah, he's one of the few players that's really dug deep into Quest Rogue, honestly. I think there's a lot of people playing Quest Rogue now to an acceptable level, where they're like, okay, we're going to take this to tournament. We know how the deck works. We can count the bounces. We can generally work out strategically what we're supposed to do. Whereas Ostkaka, I think, has seen the potential for, a month down the line, this to be a real game-breaking deck when people really put it all together, and he wants to be one of the players to really dig down deep and get into it.
Yeah, it's like people have started to hit tier 1 of the intricacies of the deck, entry-level stuff,
right,
and how to really control the deck, whereas Ostkaka's probably aiming towards tier, sort of stage 4, 5, for example, and to really go into exactly, these very tiny...
You started with the tier example and then realised that was all backwards. It's like, Ostkaka's down in the dumpster at tier 5.
Ostkaka's playing tier 10 Quest Rogue.
Ostkaka is playing a Warlock deck down in tier 5, Yeah,
but we did see Best of the EU as well, playing what I can only imagine to be a cave, because it was pitch black.
Was it? I didn't know.
It was just pitch black, so it's just I feel like it's like Blair Witch Project or something. He's just got a camera to his face. Guys, I'm playing my last game of Hearthstone. I hope I win it.
I know Ostkaka in the past, has been very, very accomplished with both Pirate Warrior and with Aggro Shaman as well, because they were just kind of the strongest decks in the format. He is a very dedicated, competitive player, so he will do what it takes to win. If those are the best decks, he is going to learn them. That is very much the theory now when I'm talking about him with Quest Rogue. So I wouldn't honestly be surprised to see either come out, but it looks like we are going to see the Quest Warrior, and it's going to come up against another mystery toolbox Shaman deck. It's playing 3 good Shaman cards, and that's all we know so far. Yeah, I mean, were you watching the Shaman game last series, where it's like, oh, Kalimos, because it was Fireflies. Hot Spring Guardians, Fireflies,
that's it.
Kalimos.
That was all we saw, absolutely nuts, and it ended up winning the game overall. We do see the Quest Warrior from Ostkaka for Team Sweden. Bloodtooth Braves, even on the coin, looking pretty good. Turn 3, turn 4, dealt with.
I just wonder whether there might be a little extra element of greed, and there certainly will be, looking for Tar Creepers, for Fiery War Axe, for Stonehill Defenders.
All right, ex-world champion Ostkaka.
There you go.
Fine, if you can just YOLO mulligan, get the Fiery War Axe into Tar Creeper play, why not?
Just throw the X in there. Damn.
What? What would you want me to say?
I believe former is the diplomatic term. Yeah.
It's not like you to be diplomatic, so... It's the first time ever we show respect to ex-world champions.
When Ostkaka is involved, I'll always be diplomatic. He's far too adorable to want to offend.
I've got some great Osaka stories that I cannot tell.
I think most people do, yeah.
But I do love him. He is absolutely amazing. When he makes it's like spotting a rare animal in the wild when you see him at events and stuff. It's like, oh, now we've seen a wild Osaka in his natural habitat.
Is that your Attenborough?
It's close. I think it's okay.
Great.
It's okay.
Right.
I didn't try hard it though.
Okay.
Okay, but back to this game. Best of the EU Paladin, this Shaman deck, and again, it's just let's just put good cards in Shaman. That's really what I feel like it's leaning to at the moment.
Cards, Shaman. Yeah, it's really hard to work out. You know, you've gone back to the well many times on saying that, you know, you're interested in the evolution of Shaman. It definitely feels like a class that's, you know, sitting around, you know, a C tier kind of class, but they're people trying so many things that eventually one of them is going to click and it's going to rise up a bit more. And we're seeing that in HGG very, very clearly, because every single country seems to have a slightly different twist. You know, there's Jades with Spirit Echoes, there's pure Jade just being a bit more aggressive with it, there's Jade Elemental, there's that weird deck that we saw in the previous series that didn't really seem to be doing a whole lot, apart from just consistently putting totems and 2/4s on the board and then trying to murder people with Bloodlust.
Yeah, and even the sort of Jade Elemental hybrid decks, you see like some play the War Chiefs, for example. The Chieftains, sorry, the Jade Chieftains.
Right.
And like just playing those cards in the deck instead of something else, just change it completely in terms of what your angle is overall. So very, very interesting to see how far they go. Volcano is a card I do love though. The card's absolutely awesome, so I would put Volcano in almost any Shaman deck, maybe apart from aggro. But nothing great to do here for Bulgaria, just a hero power, which is, I feel, very, very slow versus the Taunt Warrior from Sweden. How do you feel this deck actually even lines up versus Taunt Warrior?
For the most part, I think Taunt Warrior is very successful. This is something that I spoke to Show about, and he actually, you know, corrected a potential misconception that I had, where I played a good chunk of Elemental Shaman for the first week and had very high success rate against Quest Warrior. But there's always a general bias because, you know, new expansion, you're playing against unrefined decks, you're also climbing the ladder, so you're probably generally above the skill level of some of the people you're queuing into as you're
more people
climbing.
Are playing as well.
Right.
They don't play so often.
So, you know, any deck that you play, if you're a good player, is going to be biased towards a successful win rate. And, you know, I said during a cast that I felt like Elemental and, you know, slowish mid-range types of Shaman had a good chance against Taunt Warrior. And Show, who at the time was, you know, probably the most accomplished player with the deck, having put the most time in, got rank 1 legend, etc., said, nah, free win, mate. Absolutely free win. And you see the problem is exactly this. It just gives too much time to the warrior to just set up. And if you give time to the warrior, they're just going to have time to complete the quest, time to draw brawls, and then if they can brawl away your board and start firing off 8 damage hero powers, it's just going to be GG.
Yeah, I think that's the breaking point for me is, you know, Shaman's good at going wide. Right, that's never really ever been in doubt. But can Shaman go wide fast enough when it's brawl into the rag hero power, right? Like, how does it recover that quickly? I don't think it can.
And can it go wide often enough to get through, you know,
a Tar Creeper?
So all the Taunt minions to start with, but then, you know, a Ravaging Ghoul, and then a Whirlwind Sleep with the Fishes, and then a Brawl, and then the second Brawl, and Primordial Drake. Right, they need to do it over and over and over again.
Yeah, long gone are the days where you can just keep pressing hero power, then thunder bluff them, and go versus the ball control warrior. And you can't do that anymore.
Right, and I think that was probably the flaw in my thinking, is just, you know, thinking of it as a Shaman versus control warrior match, where, you know, you'd queue in, you'd get the message that there was no pirate hitting you in the face on turn 1, and then if you're playing a mid-range Shaman, all right, sweet, totem pass, I win. Next turn, totem pass, I win. It just doesn't work like that anymore.
So a few options now. We can see this is a bit more of a Jade leaning towards this deck. You see the Jade Spirit in hand, which is the key. Jade Lightning, just a great card. Maybe too good, to be completely honest. But Jade Lightning is always going to be included in almost every single Jade list I can. In every single Shaman list I can imagine. But Jade Spirit going to be the breakpoint here. Probably going to be the Aya as well. But then the question comes again: is the Chieftain in here or not? Because so far we've not seen any elementals.
Right. It may surprise you a little bit, but there are some Shaman decks out there that are cutting Jade Lightning. As well, it may not surprise you knowing how many different variations there are, but
I'm sure someone's playing something. Right?
Yeah, exactly. There's like the pure control variations that are like all in on Spirit Echo or Ancestral Spirit with White Eyes, for example. They tend to be playing Tidal Surge instead. You know, similar effect, but the difference between a 1/1 2/2 Jade Golem, they'd rather be healing for 4 in most situations.
Yeah, that's true.
So, slow burning turn here for Bulgaria. It looks like they are considering just volcanoing a Bloodhoof Brave this turn.
This worries me a little bit.
Tell me about your concerns, Raven.
Gladly. Although Hex is in the hand, which, great, Ali Armor Smith is normally a card you want to Volcano, because you get rid of it without it gaining any armor.
Yes.
And it's got like, you know, a bit more health as well. So could you have left the Bloodhoof alive? You have Jade Lightning in hand, which, you know, if the Bloodhoof trades in something to proc its Enrage, you can probably just Jade Lightning it and it's dead. And you're like, yeah, okay. Whereas Volcano is like almost to kill 2 minions, like kill 2 taunts on the opponent's side a lot of the time. So worries me that I feel like that might have used a little bit frivolously. There's probably a second Volcano in the deck anyway, so maybe not the end of the world, but I do worry about cards like Ali Armor Smith that could potentially make the warrior safe enough to go crazy on the Rag Hero Power later on.
I'm just keeping an eye on Ostkaka here because something that Green Sheep actually brought up, UK player, obviously very well known as an aggro player, recent trip to the Bahamas and a representative of Team UK in this tournament as well. When we got to interview him in the Bahamas, he said that the team format in the Ostkaka played in Trinity series was something that he actually struggled with a little bit because he's a very focused player. When he plays Hearthstone, he doesn't do anything else. He's in the Hearthstone zone, which is probably another reason why he finds it so difficult to stream for long hours because, of course, there's just all the distractions that come with that. So I was wondering, you know, how much interaction is there going on? Is he being left to his own devices? But now, as time goes on, it does seem like he is just getting in, laughing and joking a bit with the team. Maybe the extra experience that came from Trinity Series is helping him to exist more in a team environment now.
Well, and he's definitely got the capability to adapt, right? And you know,
of course,
improve on things. You know, he's an absolutely fantastic Hearthstone player, very intelligent person. So it's good to see the evolution of certain characters here. And these Jinyu is always a problem in a deck against a Control Warrior deck like this, in that I guess you just play him as 3/6s because the heals, you don't normally take enough damage to warrant the heal anyway.
Yeah.
Or if you play them to heal where it's important, you're healing for not a Ragnaros hit. So
Yes.
it's like, eh.
You're healing for a number that does not matter, unless it takes you, like from 7 to 13, for example, and then you're getting somewhere.
Dirty Rat. Maybe unknown to Ostkaka here, but could be very useful when pulling out Jade minions. He doesn't know it's a Jade list because he's not seen anything outside of the normal Jade cards. Like, yes, Jade Claws is a great card.
Sure is.
If you pull a Jade Spirit suddenly, especially with no Bran in the format anymore, that dramatically reduces the threat of the Jades in this deck.
Yeah, Jade Claws is actually just bananas. I mean, like when you compare it just with so it's the first card you play in the game, it's a 1/1 Jade, right? Like just take that as your raw baseline and then think about Glaive Zuka, which is what we've considered to generally be one of the best weapons to ever be printed in the game. That was a 2/2 weapon that just gave one dude +1 attack. Whereas
You needed a dude.
Yeah, like you need a dude on board and it's just +1. Whereas Jade Claws at an absolute minimum is +1/+1 to a board by adding a 1/1 to it. And it can be a 9/9 or a 10/10.
Well, when Bran was in the format as well,
Yeah.
5 mana,
Right.
a weapon,
Exactly.
created 2/4, and potentially at that point, like a 4/4 and a 5/5, and you're like, okay.
Yeah. Of course, it's not a direct comparison because there's the overload on Jade Claws, for example, and Hunter wants to do very different things, in which going 1-drop into Glaive Zuka was exactly what they wanted to do in a lot of spots.
Look, I can see the curve. I know 1-drop, Jade Claws, hero power. Seems good. It's like it's 2 damage to base, get him. But back to this game, Maelstrom Portal tickling these taunt minions, giving Ostkaka some extra armor here as well, and not really generating much on the board for him.
You like that word, don't you?
I like it because multiple other casters have commented on me using it, so now I use it more.
Okay.
I know Rob loves it.
Fair enough.
Me saying it and performing the action.
Rob, can we receive confirmation on whether or not these allegations are true, please?
Allegations.
Yep.
Sounds so terrible.
Serious allegations.
Sleep with the Fishes is an option here
Sleep
to
with what?
combine
Sorry?
with the Fishes.
Oh, right, okay.
Is an option here, but doesn't really do too much. Could Whirlwind Sleep with the Fishes and then trade into clear the whole board out here. Is that what you want to do? Do you want to pile that many resources into this board? Because you don't have anything else to do this turn.
Yeah, one of the things that Sweden will probably be considering this turn, one of the big talking points One of the big things that is being sprayed back and forth in the team chat is just kind of bloodlust ? Right? Like, you know, do we need to respect this card? How scared of it are we? If we try and beat it this turn, can we beat it in 2 turns time, 3 turns time? And, you know, the other major talking point is just how miserable this hand is right now. It's just not going anywhere fast. They're 4 out of 7 on the quest right now, so they're still a long way away of getting that rolling. How do they ration this hand out to get them to the point, the average time that it's going to take them to draw 3 more taunt minions?
Yeah, it's going to go for an execute. Another thing I worry about as well is just rolling the healing totem, because then you cannot do that even next turn because the minions get too high health.
Sure.
So that doesn't work. But Team Sweden just going for the execute on one of the Jin Yus and saying, yeah, we can handle this now. You know, this is more manageable. Worst case, the Warax can go into the 3/3 Jade to reduce the board down again next turn and just sort of, you know, compress the bloodlust potential for Basudeyu and Team Bulgaria. Devolve. Not going to do much work this turn.
Big old whiff in this situation. There you see. Confirmation of the 4 out of 7 on the quest. So Ostkaka and Sweden are a long way away. You know, if on average, you know, 50% of their deck is taunts, it's going to take them 6 turns to try and get there. And you're slightly weighted by the fact they've already drawn some of them, and they've already drawn a large number of cards that are not taunts at this point. So,
you know, it'll be a good card.
What's that?
In this instance.
The Curator, perhaps.
Perhaps, yeah. Yes. I think that'll be very good, and I feel my caster sense is tingling. Close.
I mean,
close.
Yeah, we'll take it.
It's a good card.
Yeah.
Come on. Do you whirlwind first?
I was just asking myself that same question. It is a complete board clear. Just the Primordial Drake is a touch awkward because you then have to try and work out what you're doing with this War Axe. Are you denying the card draw on the Mana Tide, or are you taking away maybe Flame Tongue potential by killing one of the higher attack minions so your 4/8 isn't as easy to deal with? But all of those questions are solved quite nicely by just throwing out a Whirlwind, but it raises a new question of how am I going to activate this Sleep with the Fishes and execute in the future?
That's it. There's even a chance that Primordial Drake Coin Sleep next turn is a 5 damage AoE on the board, which will guarantee clear it. So maybe there's just, I'm going to pretend I've drawn dead, hero power pass, play more stuff onto the board, boom. Big swing turn.
3, 6, 7, 8, 23 would be the damage that they were facing down if there were a Bloodlust, so they can afford to just disrespect Lust this turn if they really, really wanted to.
Yeah, can even swing the axe this turn because...
Yeah,
why
fine.
not? It kind of still... yeah, they are going to go for it.
I
actually like this. I like it a lot, yeah. The second that anything else is committed to the board, you're like, all right.
Oh, baby. That is huge. They have a Hex in hand. But they'll be sitting there thinking to themselves, my opponent just really wants to set off this quest. So which minions is he really going to be holding back at this point? Because he just wants to get the quest activated. But even then, if that's your thought process, oh, maybe there's no minions in hand. Sweet. 2/6 taunt. Let's go.
Here we go. This plan has now backfired. Ostkaka muttered a couple of words then that I can only imagine, as this is a bit of a problem now. Maybe not less of a problem for the second in time for Team Sweden. Like, okay, 3/4/8, not amazing, but okay. Because we can see Hex. And I think you Hex, because you can still play Jade Spirit if you really want.
Seems wise. They will definitely be a little bit scared of the implications of Brawl, just how greedy they're willing to give Sweden credit for being with cards like Brawl. They've seen very long thought processes into not a lot happening, which is very often a flag that they're trying to just get extremely greedy with their brawls. So, choosing not to commit, it looks like. They're coming right down to the wire here, but yeah, this is definitely a nod. This is definitely a nod to the brawl being respected in hand, and hey, we're just right back in the same spot.
Do you find it weird that they didn't hero power that turn?
Same consideration, right? They just
yeah, but it's not the highest value brawl in the world, right? You know, there is a lot of minions, but would the hero power make a difference between brawling and not brawling?
Well, it's not just brawl as well. It's if they hero power this turn and Sweden choose to pass, then suddenly there's not enough room for Aya or Jade Spirit to hit the board on the next turn. They just severely limit their options as to what they want to do as well.
Well, you know, we sort of glazed over this point quickly, but they did just draw the other Drake anyway, so this turn happened regardless. Doesn't clear up the Dirty Rat, of course, but pretty good board clear. But now, wow, rewarded for holding on to some resources. Now there's just Aya into Jade Spirit if needed. There's Devolve, but do you really want to devolve into a 7?
4/8 into a 7 doesn't seem like an amazing deal, but it's also just a very significant roadblock to you right now, so... I can't think of like too many blowout 7s that you would be utterly miserable to see at this point.
What about you settle the board this turn, then devolve to like remove taunt next turn?
Ah,
that's one.
That's one. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the benefit is the Jade generation from the Jade Spirit doesn't die, right? Because it's summoned onto the board and played. So although the Jade Spirit, if played, would do 2 and die, the Jade doesn't. Correct? That's right. It's not summoned minions, right? It doesn't like Unleash the Hounds.
No.
Yeah, so that's correct. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to eat Ire, and then just best of the EU is going to use this to generate an additional Jade. Now just Dirty Rat into base tanking the old 9. And this is kind of the hidden benefit of this. I say hidden, it's pretty obvious, but of this particular legendary is a lot of people are like, oh, its effect, how good is it? Also a 7-mana 9/9 beast. Like, it's a 9/9.
This is what I'm saying. When I say that like it attacking into minions as minions get played is a downside, as I mentioned last series that I was casting, you can tell it's a downside because it has too many stats for a 7-mana card. Like, it is actually a negative to have it just injure itself in this position. You can see that. I mean, obviously, Aya was a specifically fairly nice minion to do it with, but it was, just play a 5/5 and deal 6 damage to this thing. So, yeah, seems reasonable. Yeah. 5 damage, sorry. Forgot what Aya was for a second.
Yeah, it could be 6. Why not?
Yeah.
It could be 6 for today for you, Sal. I'll let you off. Execute coming off now, and the Frank Rorax is going to create a full board clear. Skaka being okay with throwing away 9 damage to clear this board. Don't blame him. Both players and both teams now on a very, very limited resources indeed. And what this does is exactly what you were talking about. It actually just, plays around a cheap minion, just killing off the Dread and leaving the Jade alive, right?
Yeah.
Woo-hoo! Would you like more resources, Subtle?
I certainly would, Raven. Thank you for asking.
My pleasure. Spirit Echo. Card that I can see originally when I looked at the card, a lot of downside because silences, vanish because of the way Rogue was being played. Not that, the deck's going to last that long versus Rogue anyway. But, there's a cards that kind of punish it. But when there's not, wow, this card is insane. And I'm starting to get, leaning more towards, like, I'm talking about a lot of different Shaman decks. This particular version looks very attractive to me.
And yeah, that was about as low value as it gets. He hit one of his cards and a totem. It's just the natural way that the Jade mechanic works makes it such a natural synergy with the Spirit Echo. It makes the fact that it's Death Rattle to come back to your hand actually an upside compared to some of the immediate effects that we've seen in the past that just, duplicate things on the board, or the new warrior card, Sudden Genesis, something like that?
Yep.
Just resummons injured minions immediately to the board. But the fact that this gets you cards back in your hand that will allow battle cries to go off again is just perhaps even better than that can be because of the extra benefits that you can get from Jade minions.
I've seen that warrior card be good when 2 of them are played on a turn you already had Grom on the board.
Smooth. Sounds good. Yeah.
A lot of damage. There's a combo for you to try at home. But yeah, this is just looking at too much. And this is one of the key drawbacks, I feel, of a Taunt Warrior often. We talked about, I feel like we talk about Curator every single day now, regardless of casting or not. We just talk about Curator.
Oh yeah, sat over tea and crumpets at breakfast, just talking about Curator. It's just a standard day in the life of Sottle and Raven.
That
was pretty good. It was a good Curator.
Oh, just wait till wait till I really try. So I'll break that out for the next stage of Hearthstone Global Games.
Okay.
But yeah, like, because it's so heavy on minions, which is a big difference from Control Warrior of old, a lot of the times you are in this position where you're like, I hope I draw something good next turn because I've got nothing else.
Yeah.
Card draw almost is non-existent compared to the volume of card draw that was almost guaranteed in Control Warriors before the expansion.
Yeah, they need to hang on not just for one additional turn here, but for at least 2, even if the dream happens. Curator cannot draw you a taunt minion that you then fulfill the quest with in the same turn. The minions that get drawn cost 5 and 8. Both Primordial Drakes have been drawn already anyway. So
Stonehill Defender would be very nice.
Stonehill Defender would be the dream right now, but it's probably still not going to be enough to keep them alive for the turns that they need. They need to go Stonehill into a taunt that's cheap enough to then play Sulfurous and nail this 7/7 that's going to hit the board.
All the while, Sweden being extremely afraid of this tiny Jade Spirit on the board. It's like, don't kill it. It'll be really angry. It'll come back, and it will haunt us quite heavily here. What is the draw? Ali Armorsmith. Just not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's 6 out of 7. Still need the turns, and the attack from the 7/7 will go in, get them up to 6 health, potentially their armor up, take them to 8.
Oh, sorry, he's outside with the armor.
Yeah, so they are technically still alive, but is this really living? That's the question.
Not when that Jade Spirit looks awfully evil now with that death rattle on. So I just keep looking at it going, is there like, try it?
Look at that thing. It's an adorable looking green kitty thing. How can you say that looks evil?
It does when you stare at the death rattle symbol and you're like, uh-oh.
Fair enough.
Don't go near me or my Jades ever again.
Oh boy. Spirit Echo number 2, as if it was needed. Value is not necessary at this point, but it's a final nail in the coffin at least. They are searching frantically for a way to just kill Sweden this turn, but I don't think it's available, so they will just develop as hard as they can. Spirit Echo again. No reason to play around Brawl in this spot because you're getting it back anyway. Let's just get the job done.
Yeah, put the point to 2. Spirit Echo, why not, as you said, can even heal, play another taunt. And this is the raw power of this deck. The more I see it, the more I'm like, you know what, this could be a contender for a tier 1 deck potentially going forward.
Maybe. Maybe.
That's going to be it. Bulgaria put a point on the board. Quite a long one there, and just playing out of a cave. It's going to be a win there for Bulgaria against Sweden. Going to be 1-1 now. Skaka losing that game with the Taunt Warrior, one of the most powerful decks in the meta at the moment. But that, like I said, that Jade Shaman looking very, very strong to beat out what is predominantly a control meta, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think it's definitely very well positioned. I do think it also just does do fine against some early board development decks. It's a little bit light in the removal front. That Volcano that was used early is pretty much it. The storms aren't even always present. Sometimes it's just Maelstrom Portal and Volcano that are featured. So early board development can rush them down, but they still have Jade Claws and Hot Spring Guardians and potentially even Tar Creepers to contest and Jinyu Water Speakers to stabilize. So it's looking pretty well equipped to handle most matchups, to be perfectly honest, and picked up a very clean win over the Taunt Warrior that just was not quick enough getting the job done for Roskaka, and it's going to be Silent Storm coming up next against Powder. Classes already selected, Mage chosen over Paladin. Interestingly, that the 2 power classes we've been talking about for Bulgaria, they chose to pair together, meaning that only one of them was ever going to be available to be played this series.
Yep, this happened last series with Belarus as well. In their first game, they had the same combination of classes. And frankly, I was saying to Lorinda, it actually just confuses me because both these classes are insane at the moment, I feel. Why would you ever just want to play one in a series?
Well, okay, here's the reason. Name me a matchup that either Mage or Paladin is not favored in. Go ahead, I'll wait. Like, it just doesn't exist, right? So that's why you can choose to put those 2 together. Because it gives you that security in one of your matchups.
Mage is favored against everything as far as I'm concerned.
Sure, yeah.
It's Paladin based on what
Mage is favored against everything when you just glyph into a Pyroblast every time. When 33% of the work that you need to do can be achieved by just pairing those 2 classes together and having a favorable matchup against everything, then it starts to make a little bit of sense at least.
And that's why we've always seen that pair in first, second, or third. So it's guaranteed.
Exactly.
You can get one win, or the general plan is to have the highest odds to get one win onto the board within those first 3 games. If you get 3-0'd and you had Mage and Paladin game 4, you're like, oh, that was awkward. You should have played that a bit earlier. So yeah, I'll accept your explanation this once, and it seemed reasonable at best. So yeah, we are gonna see Mage or Paladin played. I'm open for the Mage, although, Paladin does some truly wondrous things. Again, going to be interesting when I feel like there's going to be a switch maybe next week towards the N'Zoth list. We've seen more and more players take the N'Zoth list to tournaments. Shoop obviously doing very well at DreamHack, but even I've seen some lists of players that are playing in upcoming tournaments also playing it. I think for the China versus EU tournament that's coming up, some of the players have took the N'Zoth version there as well.
Are the decks out for that? Already?
I think there are at least some have been tweeted out. Yeah.
Oh, people have just posted, here are the decks that I'm bringing.
Yeah, the Celestial Twitter posted some out as well.
I need to check those out now.
Yeah, so I there's always just a push, isn't there? Once one deck starts to perform very well, it's like, I'll give it a whirl this tournament.
Yeah, I
think that might happen next week.
There was rumblings about N'Zoth Paladin starting, I don't know, about 7 days ago, like just before, probably around the time where Shoop was submitting his deck lists for Austin. So it's definitely been there or thereabouts for a few days to a week at this point, but it's definitely, of course, going to rise in prominence when someone takes a major home with it in such convincing fashion as well, because it looked like a powerhouse whenever it got played.
Yeah, and it felt like it shouldn't have done. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like,
I agree.
But
yeah.
we've seen all the other versions, and the other versions are great.
Yeah.
Why is this one winning?
But Murlocs!
Yeah, what? But anyway, back into this game. Silent Storm playing for Bulgaria at 1-1 against Team Sweden with Powder piloting this Shaman deck, and already Spirit Echoes.
Yeah. I mentioned this before. Harrison Jones seems to pop up in slow Shaman lists. And I'm not sure what it is about Harrison. You know, Shaman notoriously does have a problem with card draw. The card draw is there, it's available, they have as much available to them as anyone, but the cards themselves are quite poor. Like Mana Tide, when you're not developing and being ahead on a board, is kind of weak. It's just 3 mana cycle 1 quite often, and a 0/3 taunt, if you want to look at it that way. Farsight, of course, just isn't a very good card most of the time, so the card draw options are quite limited. So, you know, if I had to go on a limb and say, you know, why is it Harrison in Shaman, whereas it's Gluttonous Ooze in everything else that we're seeing pretty much, it's just to help a little bit with that card draw problem.
And you have heal already,
yes,
and
right.
Also combined with Spirit Echoes, which is effectively card draw most of the time as well. It acts as card draw. Suddenly, because you have like controlled card draw in the form of Spirit Echoes to a certain extent, then you can have the, well, if he has a weapon, this is even better. You know, it sort of it counters your opponent and helps with your card draw. So it's like a dual win.
So and I don't know if you've ever been in that situation where you're playing as Rogue and then someone Harrisons your weapon, but the 5/4 is probably just going to kill you if you leave it on the board. It's like, do I sap this Harrison?
Like, thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, and this is actually very scary to already be in hand for Silent Storm here. One thing that strikes fear into any current Mage player is you play Medivh and tentatively hope that there is no weapon removal, because up until maybe the last few days, really, there's not really been that much weapon removal played on ladder overall. There really hasn't. There's the odd, you know, Gluttonous Ooze, as you said, mainly in the Mage list it started off, I think. Now currently in Jade Druid a little bit as well. Now we're starting to see Harrison kick around. You were normally like, I'm just going to play Medivh. Weapon's fine, it'll be alright. Now I'm like, uh-oh. Is there any card that defends a weapon? Weapon taunt. That would be so sick.
Hey, you need like face taunt, so they have to get through your face first to get to your weapon, right?
I like it, yeah.
Just taunting your weapon isn't going to do anything.
Throw your weapon behind you.
Yeah, right.
Like, no, stay away.
No, that doesn't seem wise. But yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think the presence of Gluttonous Ooze everywhere is entirely in reaction to Medivh becoming so dominant in this deck. You know, we've started to see 1 or 2 people now just even referring to this as Medivh Mage. You know, that's how important it is to the strategy of the deck in quite a few matchups. And that's why we're seeing Gluttonous Ooze come out to play, but it's also another reason why you have to consider Harrison, because Medivh comes down, generates a 1/3 weapon, and almost certainly a charge is not being used until the next turn.
Yeah.
Most weapons, they're played, and then 1 charge is used. So your Harrison is 1 card, 2 cards at most. That's Doomhammer Dream, maybe. But Atiesh comes down and it's a 1/3 and it stays a 1/3 and just lies there waiting for you to Harrison it.
Well, a lot of the power of Medivh in this deck is that you do play it on 8 and then, you know, powerhouse the fact of having a 7/7, then if they kill the 7/7, they've probably not done much else. So then you can power through with the minions as well. So yeah, that was a interesting choice there. There was Shadow Flame as well, but not really a lot of minions in the deck that benefit that much from Shadow Flame, but could be useful against Shaman.
And they don't know just yet that it's another Spirit Echo deck that they're up against either, but Mind Control actually would have been pretty useful against a big Spirit Echoed body on the board.
That's true, yeah. Or just against... oh, no, it wouldn't work. I was going to say against Jade Generator, but that wouldn't be quite as good, because the Jades don't... The generations...
Mind Control your 2/3. Got him.
One more. Yeah, of course. So, yeah, just stealing a big guy would be pretty good, just for the value train. So that's going to be pretty awesome if that would happen. But, in fact, they just got the Flame Strike, which, again, pretty good versus Shaman overall.
Spring Guardian going to come down just to try and defend this this Mana Tide over the long term here. Not the quickest, most aggressive of starts from the Gunter Mage, the Discover Mage, the Burn Mage, the Medivh Mage, whatever we're calling it today, Mage. It's a little bit slower on this case. No Mana Worm into Arcanologist nonsense that just starts to beat you up as if it was an aggro Mage deck. So a little bit of time for Powder just to set up a game plan here and try and look for a value plan. And that value plan might well involve Spirit Echoing some of these heal minions now in the late game.
Yeah, I think you need to. It's something me and Lorinda discussed at length in the last series, actually, was I think the onus is very much on Shaman here to control the healing. Like, you know, if you get some pressure early, which hasn't happened, as you mentioned, in this game. The mage hasn't, you know, Sandstorm hasn't really been managed to pile on too much pressure early and put some damage on the Shaman here. But a lot of the time, if that happens, you need to control how much heal you actually use and be very conscious of an Alex Straza burst and how much you can heal out of that potential range, because glyphs can do funny things to the damage potential from mage in one turn.
Yeah, absolutely. They do break the rules to an extent. You're not just playing around pure 15 anymore. It makes numbers like 18 possible in certain combinations, either with a free Frostbolt or with a 2-mana third Fireball. They can both get the job done. So even just finding an extra spell to play and using 2 of your mana on Blood Mage Thalnos can increase the damage as well if you get like a free Frostbolt to pair with that. So does definitely change the numbers significantly, but you can tend to find very secure turns that you don't have to play around burn damage to set those kind of things up. But Calamos, again, just seems to be popping up in random Shaman decks.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, well, we have Hot Springs. Firefly is probably just a good card.
Yep.
That'll do. Like, because to be fair, Firefly is one of those, if you get it early, great. You know, it's just a good card to fend off any early aggression. It puts effectively kind of another version of itself in the hand of 1/2 that doesn't generate anything else, but still an elemental. And also in Shaman specifically, we saw Flame Tongues in hand here for for Powder. So it means that even small minions do get value. So there's just enough benefits to probably say, well, at worst, I could just keep this Flame Elemental in hand for the whole game until I need to proc Calamos. So you don't need to play loads of Elementals.
Yeah, and I actually did mess around with that exact concept on maybe day 2, day 3 maybe of the expansion. Just looking at Calamos, because I tried Elemental Shaman just as a whole package, wasn't super impressed with it, and just went, well, the whole reason I want to play this deck is Calamos and maybe Servant of Calamos. But for now, let's just focus on Calamos. And just play a Shaman deck with Fireflies in it. Because anytime you draw a Firefly, you play a Firefly, and then you just have that Flame Elemental. And it's so easy just to slip in at any point, just right before you play Calamos, that it's really just not that much downside. And that's probably just exactly what we're looking at here with these new decks that are definitely not full-on Elemental, but they're just featuring Calamos just for that insane stability that comes out later.
Yeah, and just the evolution of just Hot Spring Guardian. Hey, good card.
Yes,
you know, like,
right.
I'll tell you, 3 mana, 2/4 taunt, heal yourself. Great. Or a minion, of course, which we've seen it used quite often to actually just keep the board strong. But yeah, the thing from below going to come down from Powder here.
Who was it? It was Admirable, right? That didn't like that card during our card review. And we're both, we're just both sat there like, what do you do? Wait, huh?
It's just card.
What's wrong with this card?
We agreed on a card, and that's
true.
You know, when we can, outpower Admirable a little bit.
The end is nigh, the end is nigh. Raven and Sottle are agreeing.
So there is a lot of options available, and this is definitely a weird one. This play around Meteor. I dare you. I'll still just Meteor your 1/1 token to be able to clear the board regardless with the help of Thalnos. But double Arcane Intellect, Mana Worm, not as impactful this late in the game, but definitely still a threat to be considered by the Shaman. You can't just leave a Mana Worm on the board anyway. But yeah, the double Arcane Intellect means that Sandstorm's got the time and the card draw to be able to piece together a plan. Just at the moment, the plan isn't there. There's Alex Straza, great. Pyroblast, always a fan. And Frostbolt. But that is not enough when you know this deck plays heal.
Yes. And I do like that Meteor on the previous turn because, you know, in this matchup, you do really want to use Meteor when it's good, not wait for it to be perfect. Because Shaman pretty much always has the ability by placing, totem first and then place your minions around your totems in the correct place to pretty much always prevent Meteor from being perfect. So Silent Storm, Bulgaria looked at the board state, went, hey, this is a good enough Meteor, let's just take it.
Yeah, I like it. Also as well, the deck doesn't play that many big guys, so it's not like you're waiting for something completely huge to Meteor, because normally by the time you do, you're not in a position to play Meteor because you're trying to kill your opponent, right?
Sure.
So now with the Arcane Intellect, a second Flame Strike and a Fireball available. This version is in fact running the Cabal Couriers. We saw a version in the last series that was running Water Elementals, and we didn't see Cabal Couriers, so I'm not saying they're not there, but we didn't see any at least. But this version seems much more like the actual ripped straight from to Gunther Mage.
You did see Acolytes in that previous series as well, which would suggest that the Couriers aren't there and the Acolyte was just kind of the direct replacement, yeah.
Which at that point I was kind of like, probably should just play Freeze Mage.
I think that all the time.
Shut up. Okay.
No, I mean, honestly, my level of respect for this deck is rising as I just see it consistently performing well. I think, people do have to take this deck seriously. It's one of those decks to just look at it and it just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't seem like a Hearthstone deck with a coherent strategy that gets the job done.
A lot of the time, right?
Right.
The strength of the deck is actually its adaptability and flexibility in terms of you kind of, like Lorinda was saying in the last series, but it doesn't really have much AoE. That's what glyphs, curry, and things and for you bend your deck to the matchup that you're playing at that given time.
Yes.
And that, I think, is the true power of the list.
Yeah, the missing link in terms of just looking at the deck and trying to work out how it ties together a coherent plan is the 6 to 8 cards that aren't in the deck that you're going to end up with by the end of the game.
And just rolling high on that Atiyesh. Flametongue going to come down, start pressuring a little bit. This is now suddenly enough damage for Bulgaria to worry about now. They have to actually think about, right, how do we deal with this? We probably need to kill the Flametongue totem at some point, quickly, actually, and then still consider this Jinyu. Not the highest damage, with just a 3 attack on the board there, but still, you do need to kill it eventually, because chip damage is one of the things that this list actually struggles with. If there's just constant bits of damage, it can actually be kind of awkward. If you don't deal with it fast enough, you can't sustain it, because other than ice barriers and an Alexstrasza, I guess, you don't really have any heal. It's not like Reno Mage used to be, where you could go all the way back up, reset the game to a certain extent, then carry on. You kind of have to, you have a time limit with this deck.
Have you tried playing Reno Mage with some of these new tools in your wild adventures recently, Raven?
I played a deck I think you'd love.
Oh, really?
So something I made was Wild, of course, Reno Mage with Time Warp, Molten Giant, Arcane Giant, but then you played cards like Duplicate, Echo, and then you just Time Warp and go.
Why do you need Reno in that deck?
Because you get pressured.
Okay. Well,
and remember, there's enough singular cards that can make the deck.
Yeah. So Thing from Below picked up again now. Natural synergy with Spirit Echo, of course, because you just get it down so cheap and you can activate insane power turns where you just go, you play 2 minions even and a totem and still a 0 mana Thing from Below, and then Spirit Echo the whole bunch. So it's definitely just a natural fit for this kind of deck, but starting to get to the point now where they're going to want to probably get repeated heals out of these Jinyu Water Speakers, and they can potentially start to do that very, very soon.
Yeah, and the Thing from Below, as you said, is like a constant live effect as opposed to an actual card effect in general. So you do get those 0/1s coming out. But yeah, it's kind of a weird turn, actually. You could just play Jinyu and Spirit Echo if you really wanted to this turn, but you do miss the Thing. Excuse me. But there we go. But yeah, there's nothing too amazing you can do this turn, which feels kind of weird. Like, you don't make any progress, I feel.
Yeah, and the Jinyu and the Spirit Echo doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense here. Like, yeah, you get 2 heals back, but you also just whiff the heal in the first place. Like, your first heal wasn't doing anything, so what's the benefit of then loading it back up into your hand
after? It's just building a board, right?
Right,
It's not that much of a board, to be honest. So, yeah, I do like this as being a little bit risky here. This whole board can get demolished quite easily.
The way that ended up, though, with the Maelstrom Portal hitting a Mistress of Mixtures there as well, and them having that 1 Jinyu on the board, and then playing the Thing from Below, that honestly didn't look like a terrible Spirit Echo to land there. They're not hitting any of the Jade minions to really try and ramp up some pressure. We have seen a Jade Spirit get played, so this deck does have more than just, Jade Claws, Jade Lightning.
Playing the one-off Jade Spirit.
Right, exactly. That's not going to happen, right? Like, sometimes you can just get a Shaman deck that just has Jade Spirit, Jade Lightning in it, maybe just an Aya just to round it out, get some 4/4 Jades maybe. Great, that's good enough, just with the quality of the cards. But if you're playing Jade Spirit, then you have some kind of full, robust Jade package going on. So maybe that's the delay here for Sweden. They want to make sure that they keep enough pressure on with their Spirit Echo hitting high-quality aggressive minions, and they're not just purely focused on healing and outlasting in this spot.
Looks like it could be a Mana Worm, just Flame Strike, and importantly, this is the original Flame Strike from the deck, and not the one that was discovered. So there is still that hidden information there for Silent Storm. So sequencing that correctly, you don't want to give away information when you can keep your opponent guessing. Second, Spirit Echoes kind of echoes the problem from the previous turn of saying, well, what do you actually do this turn? 7/7 Kalimos, go.
The Spirit Echo on the previous turn would have given them some pretty serious overdraw problems as well, and that's a consideration they have to make as well. It's one of the little niche problems with Spirit Echo where, you know, you end up with totems on the board just naturally as Shaman, and also since you're playing a slow deck, you end up, you know, sitting around with 6 or 7 cards in your hand a lot of the time. So those two things don't play too nicely together when you're giving a potential Spirit Echo.
Yeah, and in this matchup specifically, what's kind of awkward is a lot of your removal isn't really needed that much because the mage does things at the start,
right,
but not the middle. So and then kills you. So it's kind of weird where like we see a volcano. Well, great. What are you going to volcano here? It's kind of strange.
And you saw the exact situation there. Second Jinyu got played, Spirit Echo got played, then he hit the totem button. He just does not want that totem in his hand taking up a card slot when there's 2 Spirit Echoes yet to go off and fill his hand back up.
Well, now this game would look if the second Spirit Echo goes off on this board, it's just like, all the Jinyus. Alex me, I dare you. Mage will probably still win.
Sure.
Just not enough damage. Just gotta rip those glyphs.
What? Silent Storm is going to rip the Alex right now, though. He's deciding it's time to go off, which, you know, there's 2 Jinyus on the board that can trade into this 8/8 if they would like to and just instantly come down back healing up. But
wouldn't kill Alex, though.
It wouldn't kill Alex, exactly. And Bulgaria are saying, hey, you know what? Pyroblast in hand, Fireball in hand, Cabal Courier in hand could be extra damage. Arcane Intellect, that can be extra damage too.
There's still Fireball, Violence Portal, Frostbolts as well. There's so much glyphs.
I counted it earlier. What number did I come up with? 59 natural damage? Something like that? Like, not even including Cabal Couriers and Glyphs, yeah.
And Books, they're playing Books as well, so they play 1 book already. But yeah, there's an absolute ton of damage in this deck. And I think a lot of the time, although it doesn't feel great, and you know you're going to get healed out of this Alexstrasza to a certain extent, you do make these plays, because if you don't never do this, or it's like the other way, where sometimes you could have Pyroed Face, forced heal, then Alexstrasza, you know, one way or the other. And if you never do that because you're worried about the heal, well, you're never going to win then, because you have to make them heal to then burst through the healing. Going to go for 1 trade into Hex. Just want to remove the Alexstrasza, because if they go for a heal and then the taunt is just like frostbolted away, well, the 8 damage makes up for the heal anyway, so who cares? But only 21 now.
Only 21.
Nothing compared to this deck.
It really is. Second Ice Block picked up, which is going to help with just the burn and block plan that Silent Storm seems to signify that he's on at this point.
It's the ultimate play of never committing to the board now, so the second Jinyu can't kill itself.
Right. And the second Spirit Echo in hand as well is going to be hard to get value out of if Bulgaria just now completely focus on burning. This game might just come down to this point from whether there is an elemental picked up in time for that Kalamos.
Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time today it's happened.
No, it will not.
It would be the second.
I think you saw when that happened, there was a pat on the back given to Pokrovac when that Kalamos was drawn. So I feel like Pokrovac, you know, kind of shouted over and was like, play an elemental this turn, just in case.
If we draw it, we win.
Right,
so I think, And I love this play.
Hey! How do you feel about this play, Raven?
Well, I think it's as good as it's going to get for Powder, but I also think that how much is 4, right?
3.
It's 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Farseer. But a 2/4.
Yes.
And has taunt.
Okay. Well.
And it's an elemental.
Yeah. It's as good. Thanks. It's as good as it's going to get for Powder this turn, and very importantly, this activates Kalamos.
Yes, which is what my AE was about. Yeah. That's what we said. You know, will they draw an elemental? They can drop it down and Spirit Echo the board here again, which then there's a very, very weird world coming up soon where you say, okay, you know, if you do not respect this board state, I'm going to have a bunch of 3/6s and a 2/4 and a 7/7 on it very soon. So you're going to have to start doing something about the board state. If you do, my hand just instantly fills with about 6 healing minions.
If that happens, Bulgaria will have decisions made for them, actually.
Right.
They cannot touch the board state. They have 2 ice blocks in hand.
Sure.
They have to draw their burn and continue. They have to draw the glyphs. And again, it's brought many times with the joke with the glyph into Pyroblast, but glyph into Fireball, glyph into Fire, you know, Frostbolts and Violence Portals. But this game plan is pretty much set now. Bulgaria cannot interact with this board. They have to just, you know, either ice block this turn, maybe they can get away with not doing it and drawing more cards, but they just have to go for the damage here. Kalamos is going to come down, but, you know, boo-hoo, it's going to happen. Just deal with it.
Yeah, and I think there was a consideration. There was a long deliberation. There was a lot of mouse movements on that turn from Sweden. And I think they were considering, because right now they're not playing around Fireball, Frostbolt. They're not playing around 15.
The 15, yeah.
That's a problem. They could have done, potentially, with Volcano to kill their board, get a Jinyu back, and then play a Jinyu. That would have played them around Fireball, Frostbolt for one turn, but it wouldn't have set them up for success over multiple turns. Firstly, they're blowing up their own board position, so they're relinquishing pressure. Secondly, they then don't get to play the Elemental because they're playing Jinyu Water Speaker instead of Hot Spring Guardian, so then Kalamos isn't active on the following turn.
What's kind of nice with this board state as well is they can Cabal Courier and it not be too much of a problem. What's kind of awkward is there can be a random chieftain in the list as well, but also Kalamos can heal, and then there can just be Volcano on your own board. Yeah, for additional heals.
Exactly. That was the consideration last time.
It's actually going to be huge to see a self Volcano here to be able to proc these Spirit Echoes and get even more healing. This is just frankly a crazy game of Hearthstone. Let's see reaction from Bulgaria. Nothing too much. Sandstorm has just seen this a million times in his years.
Misclick 6 to face concede. Nope, they managed to select the right option.
The 1-1.
Back up.
Powder's like, but they're so cute.
Back up to 19, and right now, as of this moment, there is 0 burn in hand for Bulgaria, for Silent Storm, and for the Discover Mage. So, despite all of our talk about how much damage this deck can do, it is just not there. There is some finger counting going down right now.
Volcano could kill none of the Spirit Echoed minions.
7 to the Kalamos and then split evenly among the rest. Yeah, sure.
It's reasonably likely that it could happen.
But they're not going to panic and Volcano this board anytime soon, because it's not like there's going to be a massive amount of burn thrown at their face this turn. It's just not there to be able to do it.
No, but the thing is, there's another Ice Block, there's 2 Arcane Intellects, and there is only 19.
Yep.
It's actually not, again, just not a lot, when we've still not seen Glyphs. Like, Glyphs can do wacky things. So, we'll see. I think this turn has to be Intellect, see what happens, and then potentially Intellect again. There's a Frostbolt.
There's a Frostbolt indeed. Minions hitting the board do allow Sweden to reduce the health that's in play. As weird as that sounds, but injuring some of their own minions actually progresses them potentially towards a win condition here.
Yeah, this is why I like Intellect, because like Medu's Valley can be played on the kill turn, right? It's 3 damage, 2 mana, it's a Frostbolt.
Not necessarily.
If the ice block's
yeah, if your second block has just come down, then you're going to be in a problem if you're trying to use Medu's Valet. So you do have to get that used before that turn, when you still have an ice block, either now when you have an ice block, or on the turn when you play your second ice block.
Medu, very, very late here. Ice Barrier does... it helps a little bit. Gonna go for the Medu's Valet here, just do some damage, but we can see that Volcano, this kind of helps out a little bit with Volcano.
Maelstrom's not very useful right now, and they have been reintroduced to that Magic 15 number again, have Sweden, which of course, they have seen some of the burn cards be used already, but there are, as you mentioned, still Glyphs, still Cabal Courier, still other options, other unseen variations of burn that have been unaccounted.
If I'm keeping track properly, there's still 2 Frostbolts in the fight.
Yeah, the 15 could still be done, exactly, yes, definitely. Yeah.
Even like almost naturally at this point. So now here are the tricky turns. Because one slip, I feel, could lose you this game from either side.
So there is 11, 17, 23, 25 health on Sweden's side of the board. They can use the 2 attack of the Medu's Valet to remove 4 of that health, taking them down to 21. It's still just not looking great, is it? I think they just have to try and burn and block here. That's just all they have to do. They have to just try and beat that strategy, although they are going to go ahead and use the Volcano. Just hope that some of the healing minions die and they get 1 Hot Spring Guardian back for their trouble.
Okay. It's going to be nice, because now he's asking much more of a larger question, right? You're outside that 15 range, and now 3 mana has to go down on Ice Block next turn, or they lose. Because it's 18 is the big ask. 18 is triple Fireball, one of which is from Glyph.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Or Fireball, Frostbolt, from one of which is from Glyph.
Sure.
Yeah.
This is... Oh. Is this team playing Glyph?
Fireball, Blood Mage, Frostbolt from Glyph. Raven's got thinking face on right
Because
now.
you ordered it wrong.
Well, yeah, sure.
Like,
blood Mage
no,
5
no, Sol, that's a 16, not 18, you fool.
Okay.
Yeah, get your sequencing right, please. Okay, well.
Ooh, Medivh's Valet is damage.
Top level analysis is always so. No, yeah, I'm joking, But Medivh's Valet is actually good here. Because you're going to play the block anyway, right?
Yeah.
So there's 3. But it does mean... Oh, no, nothing can trade into it still. Because it's only 2 attacks.
Right.
This Volcano whiff. Which sounds really weird. Oh, my Volcano didn't clear my board.
You are on fire.
You are on fire.
Back down below this 15 mark. They've just been reintroducing them to this level where they can potentially get burned out by multiple burn spells over and over again. But this is the second block going down. There's only 3 damage in hand from the Frostbolt right now.
Yeah, I think they're actually 1 damage off a potential out.
Which is...
Oh, no, they're not. They're more off. Sorry, I have 8 mana Power Blast on the mind with the Frostbolt, but they have to pay the 2 mana for the glyph.
Yeah.
So, like, the mana banking doesn't work on the same turn, of course.
Right.
So yeah, I think actually they would have to...
It'd have to be Glyph into 3rd Ice Block, Frostbolt ping face, and then draw the natural Pyroblast the turn after.
Yep. Ooh. It's a big ask.
It's a huge ask, especially just in the meantime, you can't do anything to allow these Jinyu Water Speakers to take themselves off the board, because if that happens, one of those has 2 more Jinyus in it. It's hit both Spirit Echoes. So that's immediately 12 more healing.
Team Sweden are working out if they can, like, just like, you know, you've seen the film, you curve the bullet, if they can curve the Maelstrom back onto their own side of the board, like Maelstrom self.
Angelina Jolie just shows up and teaches you how to curve your Maelstrom portal.
Just stand on the other side of the board. Don't hit me.
Yeah.
You just throw the Maelstrom out and curves it round.
Yeah. Through the power of sheer hotness, you learn how to dodge her with a Maelstrom portal and kill your own Jinyu Water Speakers.
We'll make a great movie.
Yeah.
I'd
Sold.
watch it. Yep. Fireball is...
Starring James McAvoy, coming soon.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just called Maelstrom.
Yeah. It's a good name for a movie, honestly.
So Fireball coming out now, number 2. It's 9 damage, 10 with the ping, not going to be enough. And you know what's been really rough for Silent Storm and Team Bulgaria? Imagine playing this deck without glyphs. Deck probably sucks.
They don't have to imagine it. That's what they're doing right now.
But in general, like, the deck wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, it would be really tough.
Oh boy, Flame Strike is coming down. They're just going to try and buy the turn here, but that means we are here. Welcome to Jinyu country. Oh wait, am I wrong? I thought one of the Jinyus had 2 in them, but apparently not.
I always presume
Lost
you're
track.
right,
Yeah, that's a safe assumption.
Yeah. It's fine, though. That is a lot of healing. Luckily, there's no second Kalamos.
Sure.
Because that would have been...
Really seeing the silver lining here, Raven.
Well, there is still 2 glyphs left.
Yes.
So there is, you know, this Medivh, Ice Barrier, glyphs, you know, like, things can still happen, guys. This game is not completely over. It just got very, very difficult, that's all.
Sure.
But for Silent Storm.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Medivh, yes. Seems like maybe Bulgaria can reset here and go, okay, you know, we clear the board, we try and not die for a couple of turns, and then Medivh can maybe just get us a board presence and win. However, Medivh hits the board, Hex Harrison.
Yeah, that's why you got Frostbolt same turn. It's like got that sweet one durability 2 mana minion value.
Sick Frostwolf grunt value.
That was actually the last minion I got from Medivh last time I played it.
Just because I know that, because I just quietly watch you play Hearthstone all the time.
Freaky. Look at this Meteor play, I love it. I'm playing round Meteor, should I say.
Yeah, perfect. All right, shows how it's done, Pavel.
Yeah, polymorph off the top and then like, oh, wrong game.
Yeah.
So in all honesty, what could happen here? I mean, these Archaeologists coming out this late in the game is absolutely horrendous.
It is. That's a
15?
it's a good start, but how do they even stay alive this turn? Barrier takes them up to 12 in theory. There's only 7 in play. So yeah, I mean, in theory, they've found themselves a couple of extra turns by switching to the defensive line.
Ooh.
I'm going to go ahead and just play for board control here, and I think this does indicate what they're trying to do here is just find one turn where there just isn't a big development from Sweden and just say, okay, all right, Medivh time. This is our new plan.
So, it's kind of surprised they didn't go Fireball ping face with the Ice Barrier there.
Oh!
Okay.
Are you still confident in your precious levels of burn in this mage deck, Raven?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, now you want to reverse the Maelstrom back onto the opponent's side of the board to heal back up. Maybe not this turn, but going forward. Although maybe this is the most minions that are ever going to be on the board, to be honest.
Very possibly, yeah. This looks like a perfectly fine Maelstrom portal to me, but... Halazeel, Maelstrom, crazy.
Yeah, in case you forgot what this minion did, because you've not seen it for a while, actually kind of suits the theme of this deck. Imagine if you Spirit Echoed this bad boy as well. Like, it's just a nightmare for your opponents. I wonder how well this deck actually performs versus aggro, this build specifically, because it has the hot springs. You've not seen Tar Creepers.
No.
It has Jinyus, but will they really stop like a highly aggressive deck? Say Pirate Warrior, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in combination with J-Claws, Maelstrom Portal, like you've got enough just to get you there. And if you get there, wherever there is, to the point where, big J Chieftain taunts Halazeel with Volcano potentially, like the amount of healing is just enormous.
Yeah. The old Halazeel Volcano combo.
And just hope that you don't kill the Halazeel. It somehow magically lives through it all.
Of course it will.
Yeah.
It's Halazeel. For those Hala heals.
Interesting.
Hella heals from Halazeel.
There you go. You always have to one-up me, Saul. Violence Ball can be used on the Chieftain to kill it. This Jade whopping 3/3 taunt. These are the reasons you play Chieftain in the deck.
Oh, yeah.
And this Harrison's just been staring across the board at Medivh. Like, come on, friend.
I mean, it's going to have to happen eventually, but they're just going to continue to try and dig for ways to stay alive for now. That is Ice Barrier in play, so they have 12 health theoretically. So taking care of the 5/5 does leave them nicely, still fairly comfortably alive on board. Firelands Portal as well, despite Lorinda's misquoted statistics yesterday. 11 taunt minions.
But they were your misquoted statistics.
Well, I told him he misquoted my statistics. But yeah, 11 taunt minions from Firelands Portals these days. It's just under 1 in 6, which is where he got the 6 from, I imagine.
That Arcanologist coming out from the Atiesh is just a kick in the teeth at this point. It's like, oh, another Arcanologist after I've already drawn all my secrets. Thank you. Medivh probably going to seal the deal here, drawing 2 additional cards. Second Chieftain, Aya, Halazeel. It genuinely feels like in this game we've played with 50 cards. And with Spirit Echoes, we might be close to that number, actually.
Yeah, we're getting there. Hex can take care of the 7/7. There is 9 damage being pushed, so still no lethal push with what they will be well aware most likely is an Ice Barrier, having got through most of the ice blocks themselves and not seen any random generation secrets come out just yet. So this looks like a pretty clean lethal setup for the following turn to me, just trying to push through as much damage as they can, but long game or quick game from here doesn't really seem to matter. Both of them are going to play out in Sweden's favor.
They are
from
playing
this point.
glyphs. Good to know.
Good card.
Honestly, I thought went through my mind a couple of minutes ago was like, surely they've not took the glyphs out of this. Like, it sounds crazy, but not seeing a glyph yet is kind of like just nuts in general. There's going to be 12 in the deck. None of these cards do it. Kind of weird just getting shown 3 secrets from glyph. That's kind of odd. Vaporize. Not going to do the work.
Fireball, ping. They are alive.
Yes. Technically, they are not dead this turn.
Attached to the Iron Lung, life support machines ticking over. Is it truly living, though, Raven?
Powder's going to walk up and unplug that machine very quickly.
Harrison connects. Aya, J Chieftain, anything you like. Just
you gotta
board
play the
state
Firefly,
after board
just be like,
state.
boop.
Yeah, why not?
You can play them both.
I mean, honestly, you can use Firefly for strategic meteor positioning. It's actually to your benefit here if you want to. But no, they decide not to. They've had enough of thinking about this game. It's got it locked up.
Checkmate. Well,
no, that was the last series. This is Sweden.
Hilarious,
Thanks.
as always. Powder does take the win, though, with that Spirit Echo. Shame in the showing. Showing the power of this list, actually. It's looking better and better the more I see it, and the more it gets refined. I'm not sure how much a general list would include Halazeel as well. That might be just a nod to tournament play, for example. But I can see it working with 2 volcanoes as well. Yeah, you're just probably going to get value at some point.
Right. It's not quite the insanity that Halazeel Elemental Destruction was, because that was 5 multiplied by the number of minions, more or less, whereas Volcano is just a hard 15 and less spell damage. But got the job done quite nicely for Powder and Sweden. And now it's the odd man out, if you want to call him that. It's Show for Sweden, the non-alliance representative, coming out. And still, of course, you guys probably know, have a decent idea if you give even a cursory follow to the Hearthstone scene, that Show is a massively accomplished player in his own right. He's one of the few massive streamers that is still a top-level competitive player. You know, you think Kalento is still getting it done.
One match away from Winter Championship.
Exactly. Kalento's still getting it done. Show's still getting it done. Tice as well is even competing a bit less himself these days, but when he does turn up, is still doing just fine. But Show, of course, himself, multiple thousand viewers on his stream on a daily basis, but still is able to get the job done when he does show up, when it's time for Hearthstone Global Games, Hearthstone Championship Tour, DreamHacks, any other event that he gets thrown into, shows that he is well up there amongst the very best.
Yeah, and he's going to be going against Morgalad, and Morgalad's going to be playing the Warrior, which is interesting. If it is Taunt Warrior, we were talking about earlier that Show is pretty much one of the specialists, if not the specialist, Taunt Warrior player at the moment, so you'll know the matchup in and out. Could be Pirates, but we are going to see Show on the Mage, which again, I believe will be Discover Mage, and I feel like this week specifically, we've been seeing very similar class picks across the board in terms of, you know, every single team. Very often picking Paladin, Mage, a lot of Rogue, a lot of Warrior, everything else, a lot of Shaman actually as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like everything else has just been, you know, by the wayside. The odd Hunter, the odd Priest, but mainly we're seeing like 4 or 5 classes just picked time and time again by both sides on each team.
Yeah, and yeah, this is almost kind of a self-regulating meta in a way, because the longer that goes on, the easier it is to build your lineup, build your strategy around those decks being the ones you come up against. And then suddenly, if all your tech cards and all your decks are aimed to be targeted at those kind of decks, then suddenly you might have to see that rotate and flip on its head, and other decks and classes will come into fruition. So we will see how things develop over the coming weeks, because already what we're seeing now, week 4, week 3, dramatically different from what we were seeing from week 1 and week 2.
Yeah, we see the players getting ready. I believe Morgalad has a very good results, or good scores so far in HGG. I think even though, you know, it's team-based, of course, he has had a lot of wins on the decks he's piloting, and he has been playing the Taunt Warrior. Excuse me. He has been playing the Taunt Warrior when he's been going up for his team as well. So wouldn't be a surprise at all if he locks it in again. But a consideration we have seen from other teams is the old bait and switch on the style choices for, you know, again, if Show had Warrior, it's probably Taunt Warrior. But 1 week might be Pirates just to throw him off balance.
Yeah, we saw it from Dog, where it was, oh, hey, Dog's playing Warrior. You know, Dog, classically a combo player or a control player, likes to take games longer. Nope, just jammed him with Pirates, and hey, guess what?
There we go.
Morgalad says, yeah, if you think you can get a read on me, you better think twice. I'm going to be jamming you in the face with some swashbucklers.
Yeah, looks like Show's about as good as this deck as I am as well, with some pretty good opening draws. Mana Worm, Babbling. This is just how you play the deck, so this is what I've been telling you and Linda for a few days now. Mana Worm, Medivh's Valet, Babbling Brook, and Primordial Glyph all in the opening hand.
Yeah.
Love winding you up.
Mana Worm and Medivh's Valet are probably the 2 more important assets here. Just Mana Worm is great for contesting any of the 1-drops, just 1/3 by itself. You know, if N'Zot's first mate comes down, it just gobbles up the whole thing single-handedly, charge of the weapon and the 2 1/1s. Medivh's Valet is just such a massive swing in board control. If you can pick up Ice Block on turn 3 and then go maybe, you know, Glyph plus Medivh's Valet on turn 4, or Frostbolt plus Medivh's Valet on turn 4, even Valet Ping on turn 4. If, well, worst case scenario, you draw Ice Barrier, then just Barrier and Valet on 5 will get the job done as well. So massively important cards overall.
Yeah, it did end up mulliganing away, which is interesting because even Valet just on 2 often is way better than Ping.
Well,
it's Pirate Warrior.
He doesn't quite know what he's up against yet.
That is true.
Medivh's Valet is actually quite a slow card to have in your hand against a Taunt Warrior. So coming up against a Pirate Warrior, of course, it is a great source of removal. And at least the Trailblazer showing up here, showing that maybe this list from Sweden is more along the lines of the B787 list that came out recently, that I believe he finished rank 2 legend with on Asia, as opposed to just the more straight-up Gunther list that we've seen originally.
Mm-hmm. Definitely just tailored towards the high-value game. We cast a game earlier today that was pretty reliant on that pack from Elise, that she had a lot of value coming out of it. And also, Captain Greenskin coming out from Bulgaria here. And very interesting card, actually, because I compare this card to Naga Corsair quite a lot. 1 mana less, same stats, but you get +1 durability, not just +1 attack. It's +1 durability, +1 attack. And I feel like the more I see greenskin get played, the more I actually like it over Naga. Because often, a lot of the time, the +1 attack, even on Hook, or even on Fire War Axe, just doesn't actually make that much difference. 1 extra durability, well, we've seen from Upgrade, we've seen from Cultist, the power on being able to swing that weapon, again, is absolutely insane.
Yeah, you're not alone. There's been a movement recently of, greenskin coming back into the deck for a couple of players, both on ladder and in recent tournament performances, and it's fairly easy to see why when you do just look at the numbers. The weapons in Pirate Warrior primarily have 2 charges. You equip one, you swing with it. There's 1 charge left, which means when you play a Naga Corsair on your weapon, you're getting 1 extra damage. It's hitting 1 charge, you're getting 1 damage. That same weapon, let's say Fiery War Axe, you've swung once with it, Naga Corsair represents 1 damage, whereas Captain Greenskin represents 5.
Yeah, it's insane, right?
That's a pretty solid price to pay for just 1 extra mana on your card.
Yeah, and then you start to do silly things that if you've already upgraded a weapon and then you play Greenskin, it starts like just exponentially increasing the amount of damage, so...
What, sorry?
Shush. So Ice Block, Vaporize, and Blizzard is going to be the options here from the Glyph from Show. They're definitely taking the time over this, discussing it, because you've got to be very conscious about, do you want the extra Ice Block versus Pirate Warrior to be able to go 1 more turn, maybe help towards getting a Self-Alexstrasza? Or is a 4-mana Blizzard going to do enough work? Currently with 0 AoE in hand from Sweden, I don't mind this Blizzard at all.
It does seem wise. 4-mana Blizzard, solid pickup, and Show, of course, also identifying the fact that it is Pirate Warrior, which isn't necessarily 100% obvious, just having seen Fiery War Axes happen so far, but seems like a pretty clean read, especially since the way the hand has been made up with the quest not appearing from the left-hand side and being mulliganed away in the opening.
Yeah. So this Captain coming down now, it's one of the awkward means to deal with, especially when he pulls out patches. It's even more value. 1, just getting the instant 2 damage, but also making the patches unpingable to kill it, of course, until the Captain is dealt with. Such a sort of simple looking card on the face of it, but it's pretty much South Sea Captain that has opened up the Zeus style of Pirate Warrior play, as opposed to the style of old, which was literally smog. Like, you just went face every single turn and crossed your fingers, whereas Captain is like, can make this Zeus style insane.
Yeah, and the win rate of the deck went up exponentially when that happened. Originally, it was just a middle-of-the-road deck where it popped up every now and again, but it was just kind of a meme of this Pirate Warrior just, Wolf Ridering you in the face, then Korkroning you in the face, then Reapering you in the face, and just hoping you got there. But then suddenly, South Sea Captain just coming into the deck has allowed them to play this board development snowball-style deck. And then, if they can grip the board for 2 or 3 turns and do repetitive damage, and then you deal with it, that's the point where they push through enough damage where then suddenly Reaper to face is just good enough to get the job done.
Yeah, we're about to see the power of Greenskin versus the Naga here. Naga could have been played that turn sick. 1 extra damage, as you said. Suddenly, Upgrade plus the Raider is going to put a huge threat onto the board, and then Captain to basically create an Arcanite Reaper. Worst case scenario, Ooze comes out from the Mage. Then you actually equip Arcanite Reaper, and you're like, okay, let's go.
Giddy up, son.
Yeah.
What to do?
Looks like Blizzard just feels reasonable here. Anything else means you're just going to take way too much damage from this Raider. Just, taking 6 damage from a 2-drop feels pretty horrible. You can afford to take it, because he's still on 27. Maybe, Coin Elise comes out, but Elise just dies to the weapon swing and patches anyway. So you're still not dealing with this Raider, and you have no follow-up the turn after to deal with it other than Blizzard. So you may as well just get it down on curve, save the coin for potential violence poll going forward.
That is one too many weapons going on right now. This is another upside of Greenskin being in the deck, just over potentially another weapon, is just like, hey, Greenskin, if you get a handful of weapons, actually plays nicely with the weapon, right? Whereas if you just have another weapon getting drawn that you can choose to play in there, then they get in each other's way. But Pyroblast pickup now for Sweden, not ideal. I was eyeing the Arcanologist on the previous turn, and potentially if it was Ice Barrier, then coining out the Ice Barrier just to be able to buy a turn essentially that way. Eating up the 6-3, just passing the damage that way, but it's just not looking great the more and more time goes on here. They just haven't got clean answers to this board state, and the individual minions that have been in play have just been so robustly powerful. Little do they know, if they can get through this kind of last wave of minions, then it's not a particularly organic-looking hand for Morgulad right now.
Solves a lot of issues.
Right, exactly.
I think this might be the turn where you have to say, okay, I'm going to take some damage, but I'm going to equip Ice Block and ping the 6-1 here. Because then next turn you want to coin Violence.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, so then, and then the next turn, well, that might be too late to play an Ice Block, actually. So, you know, this might be the turn where you just, okay, hit me in the face, but your 6-1's going to die. I think the ping has to happen.
It's a scary world to live in where you're not pinging a 6-1 on the board and just sitting there and taking it. So Show is going to choose to ping it off. Eventually, Arcanologist can happen on a later date. The Ice Block and the removal of that damage cannot. That's a fantastic draw. They needed another big, imposing minion.
Yeah, that 2-drop, big and imposing because the size of this weapon. Like, it's absolutely incredible.
Very, very important, because if they didn't draw more board presence this turn, then the Firelands portal was essentially going to allow the mage to take board control, and they would take the board control at what, like 12 health still, which is still a fairly reasonable total to be navigated.
With a, not guaranteed, but a high chance of drawing a Barry afterwards as well.
Right.
What are the odds on the Firelands portal into Taunt, Sol?
They are just under 1 in 6, Raven.
Oh, good. Good to know. I'm glad you know that information. But yeah, it is key. You know, a lot of the time you do have to Firelands portal and go, give me that taunt against Pirate Warrior, especially, of course. It's probably going to have to come out this turn. And it's kind of awkward as well, because the Firelands portal onto the Raider is fine, because it's the more damage. But suddenly Greenskin would require a Frostbolt ping instead to kill.
Ballet ping as well.
Exactly, yeah, which is... Mana is very, very important in terms of you need to do more than you should, you know, be allowed to do a lot of the time with this deck. There's the Valet as well. Does this change anything?
Arcanologist, Medivh's Valet, and Ping instead of the coin Firelands turn.
And you can coin the Ice Barrier if you get it?
Yep.
And still Firelands next turn.
Yep.
I think I like it. There's 2 minions on the board as well. 2 minions can actually just kill Greenskin if they're not dealt with.
Exactly.
So yeah, suddenly this turn has changed around a little bit, you know, as reliant on the portal. And it's very important as well to get, like, the barrier up ASAP. Because if you get, like,
there it is.
You can't get the barrier quick enough, you're in a bit of a problem. But he did get it as well. So this is looking pretty nice indeed.
I think that bad boy's getting coined out this turn. Back up to 20 go Sweden. Still with an Ice Block in play. Firelands portal for a board swing on the next turn. It's all now starting to come together for Sweden, for Show in this final matchup. Morgulad with no more board pressure in hand, just weapon damage to face.
I'll tell you what, in a couple more turns, if the game goes that long, Alexstrasza will just win this game for Show.
Yes.
At this point. A lot of the time in this matchup, if you last long enough, the self-Alexstrasza, Pirate Warriors do not come back from that unless they're already stupidly ahead and you've just lost. But any other scenario, you normally just win off the back here.
That's just not really good enough. It allows him to address the board state so that his 5-4 doesn't just immediately die, but just looking at total damage, 6 can be pushed this turn. If he Reapers up right now, that's 11 being pushed this turn, 13 if the South Sea deckhand goes through as well, meaning he will need to, his opponent will be down to, what, 7 at that point, so he'd need to pick up additional damage with the Reaper next turn anyway.
Do you ever clear the board this turn?
It's a good question.
Because the Greenskin is actually kind of awkward to deal with. You've seen a lot of cards held, well, 2 cards specifically held in hand a long time for Show. They probably aren't Frostbolt, you know, or Volk Potion, for example. You know what I mean? Like, they're probably not easy kills there for the Greenskin. If you trade into just 1, it'll be on 2 health. But it looks like Morgulad is just going to go for the damage approach. Punch him in the face. His hand does lend it to itself here, and even have the deckhand in hand already if he draws a Cultist next turn.
It's got to be Portal.
Yep. Get that.
See what we get. No.
It's a pig instead. Still not enough to proc the block though this turn.
No.
Every single turn you can't proc the block.
Oh,
it's a big deal.
boy.
Wow.
And look at the look on his face. Look at how devastating that kind of draw is. That's been his hand for about 3 turns now. Just weapons on weapons on weapons. It's just been weapons all the way down.
Yeah, and honestly, like this mage deck, every single turn you buy changes the game and just dramatically increases the odds of you actually making it out of this one alive. Because just not being able to proc the block is absolutely huge. Even if Show already had another Ice Block in hand, it's still huge. It's one more card draw, one more turn to make something work.
Reaper does at least mean that he has a clean pop for the next turn, but it means he's not going to get the job done in time to beat a potential Alex Straza, and now there is decision time. All of these cards are pretty awkward. If you play Babbling Book, there's a good chance that that 1-mana 1/1 is your entire turn. If you play Medivh, you're not really setting yourself up with any defensive possibilities. You're pushing 7 damage this turn, which reduces your opponent to 24, and then you're not setting up lethal yourself for the following turn.
You can play Elise with the book.
Here's the thing. Here's what I was getting
do you want to play
You play Elise,
okay.
there is a pack going into your deck that is then a dead draw for you, more or less, when you're trying to just draw Alex Straza. The pack is not like the packs of the cards of your map to the Golden Monkey, etc. It doesn't redraw you when you get there, so it's actually just a dead draw that you can whiff on. So, yeah, pretty awkward turn all around.
Jam Medivh. Have faith.
Solved it.
Have faith. Well, he doesn't know his opponent could prot the block next turn, although there are 2 cards in hand that have done nothing.
Yes.
Probably weapons, let's be honest. I do think Medivh is the play, because bear in mind, you are putting a lot of damage on the board now, and you do have a Pyroblast in 2 turns' time.
Yes.
So it is risky, but if you survive 1 more turn...
Which you do, because there is an Ice Block in play.
Yeah, which means, if you survive 1 more turn after that, when you can Pyroblast, hey, you just win.
Right.
Like, so, this next turn's going to be key. We do see that there is a taunt now available for the Dread Corsair for Bulgaria. And this will help.
Well, there goes the block. Does Dread Corsair ever buy time here? Is there any real consideration to holding on to it? You know, Pirates being held in hand can set up good lethal situations in the long run because it can help activate a second Blood Cell Cultist, but that's not really a strong consideration here for Bulgaria in this spot. Arcane Intellect is a very, very nice draw, though, because that gives them more shots at Arcanologist number 2, at Ice Block number 2, at any glyphs, Cabal Couriers, random effects that can find them that extra turn. If it whiffs, they can still bail out now with the Babbling Book and try and get there. 3-mana Taunt would have helped as well in that position. There were so many possible things that could have stalled that turn. None of them came to fruition.
Still got a chance, though, with this book.
Yeah.
Also, what's kind of crazy is the extra damage actually pushes the minion to be able to kill the Arcanologist, to kill off the taunt, which
cute.
Pushes a lot of extra damage. So that's kind of nice, but it's all on this book. Oh!
How many Frostbolts had been used here? Because Blood Mage ping the Blood Mage would allow you to still pick up a Frostbolt and hit face, or a Glyph, which then discovered a Frostbolt that you can Frostbolt face. Whoo! Not enough. He would have only had 2 left over after the Arcane Intellect on Blood Mage ping, so 1 card off, but it's going to be squared up. 2 games to 2 now, Bulgaria. Back in this one. Pirate Warrior pushing through with a terrible draw overall, honestly. Strong enough early, but then from turn 5 onwards, just War Axes and Reapers getting each other's way in the hand, but it was just about enough in the end to get over the line. That second Reaper turned out to be a slightly stronger draw than maybe we gave it credit for, because it was just 1 turn away from Sho being able to do anything relevant in defense of it.
Yeah, and you can see how insane Alex Straza can be in that matchup as well. If the Alex Straza was ready for turn 9, the game just ends completely. But they've been able to battle back, and it's now all even between Sweden and Bulgaria.
I do wonder genuinely about the odds of that play at the end. If there was still 2 Frostbolts left in deck, as you suggested there was, then 2 out of however many cards that were left remaining, versus the odds out of all the mage spells, how many of them are actually good defensive options for you in that spot. There's obviously the Frostbolt, the same thing. Yep. You can get Ice Block, Ice Barrier. You can get
there's only 1 Glyph left.
You can get Mirror Image as well, and then of course, there's that weird modifier of Glyph, but then Glyph needing to exactly hit it. It's very, very complicated.
But there was 2 Frostbolts and a Glyph left in that, but you'd already used a Glyph early on.
Yeah.
So there was 3 cards you could have got. Yeah, very, very, very difficult choices, but it's going to be a very, very difficult game for the next players here. Silent Storm and Powder are going to be the ace players for Bulgaria and Sweden, respectively. Powder rocking the Paladin versus Silent Storm Silent Storm rocking the Paladin, Powder on the Hunter, I apologize. And this is going to be an interesting... How do you feel like Hunter versus Paladin even plays out anymore? Obviously, there are a lot of Paladin makeups.
Turn 1. That's
Okay.
basically where
That's what I was presuming you're gonna.
Yeah, that's basically where we live and die, unless it's a very heavy control paladin, in which case, who cares? You can have your alley cats into your direwolf if you want. I'll stabilize later on. If it's a Murloc build coming up against pretty much any build of Hunter at this point, it's just going to be the fight for board control. Vilefin Inquisitors interacting with alley cats, trying to deny the crackling Razormaws.
Yep.
The Hunter from their side trying to prevent Murloc Tidecaller into Rockpool Hunter, and whoever succeeds in doing those kind of silly broken snowball effects on turn 1 and turn 2 is just going to have a massive platform to move forward.
It's going to be cool to see what the builds are, specifically for the Paladin. I think, even though there are a few Hunter variances as well, there's normally the game plan for Hunter is pretty much the same, whereas the Paladin can vary quite a lot. So we'll see if Powder's Hunter is enough to take the victory for Sweden, or if Bulgaria are going to take it with this Paladin.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And interesting choices just on the classes that were left. Paladin going all the way through to the ace match on one side.
Yeah.
Perhaps a little bit unexpected, but then Hunter is definitely one of those classes that you feel can float. It's a fairly middling class overall, maybe a little bit of extra success recently. But over the last week or so, it really trailed off until, Zerez popped up again and said, hey guys, Hunter's good. Like, I'm farming with this thing right now. You should try it out. But before then, Hunter was not really having too much success. And coincidentally, everyone who we've seen play Hunter this week has showed up with a Swamp King Dread in their deck so far.
I approve, as we're going to be getting the 8th game between Bulgaria and Sweden. Silent Storm rocking the ace match here, and Powder for Sweden. And actually a lot of Murlocs and a hungry-looking crab in the opening hand here.
Yeah, Grimscale Chum, not the ideal. A lot of the lists have been cutting Chum. For example, the list we were talking about the last time we cast together today, and we were saying that Amnesiac and a lot of the USA players brought to DreamHack Austin. I think Grimscale Chum was one of the cards that was cut to make room for the Steward of Darkshire and the Murloc, forgotten the name again, Murloc Tidehunter, making 2/1 health minions to synergize. But Hungry Crab in the deck for Sweden. Suddenly the Hunter pick makes a lot of sense, and I said if it's an aggressive Murloc Paladin, which this one does seem to be, it's going to be the fight for board control on turn 1 and turn 2. There is no bigger blowout swing card than Hungry Crab in the game right now.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy, and we've seen Hungry Crabs just demolish games even when not used to their full extent. Hungry Crab again, exactly like Golaka Crawler in the fact that it kills a Murloc. It doesn't matter what stats the Murloc is, it just kills it. So even if you don't...
Sorry, just Powder just memeing with his teammate.
Turn 1 Hungry Crab.
Yeah, he was just mousing over it. So, all right, 1 drop on 1, right? Let's go.
If he'd done it, it would have been brilliant. Well, not brilliant for Team Sweden. But yeah, this is the game that will decide the victors in this series overall. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Now this Murloc Tidecaller, or Chum into coin Tidecaller, or the other way around, which is what you were talking about earlier.
Yep.
Have you done any form of statistics on this? And I guess it depends on what other cards are in hand based on other Murlocs.
Well, annoyingly, the Rockpool Hunter was actually a slightly irritating draw in that position, because if the Rockpool Hunter isn't there, it's just 100% correct to go Chum into Tidecaller.
Yeah, because
you get a 2-3 instead of a 2-2. It's just strictly better. The Rockpool Hunter being there, however, as the first draw off the top after Mulligan, made it a lot more awkward, and Bulgaria chose to take the low variance option of going for the Tidecaller first.
You see Powder's face?
I did not.
Just pulled a fantastic face at the camera, just fully acknowledging Hungry Crabbed him. Got him. Now as well, though, the Hungry Crab effectively a totem golem size, if you remember that card. If you don't, lucky you. Hyena in hand, not realistically going to be playing next turn, but we can see a curve. Animal Companion, Houndmaster, Hyena Unleash, for example, a lot of power cards that can potentially snowball this good start here for Team Sweden and run away with this game.
Yeah, turn 2 Totem Golem, and they can still follow up with Animal Companion. This is science gone mad, Raven. What has happened to our game?
I don't know, but it's Hunter, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that's fair. It's weird that Hunter can just kind of afford to play all the janky tech cards, right? They can play Hungry Crab, Galactic Crawler, whatever they need to, because they've just got that glorious beast tag on them, which means Hunter can get away with murder, turning bad cards into good ones with kill commands, Razormaws, Houndmasters, everything else possible under the sun.
Yeah, speaking of murder, this Hungry Crab is swiftly turning into a serial killer. That is 2 kills it's got already, potentially a 3 before it goes. So this is forming a bit of a pattern with this crab on the board. And now the even more options now with Good timing. With the Razor Maw and the Hyena next turn means you can make some truly stupid things happen. Or you can just Houndmaster one of the best Houndmaster targets in the form of the Leok, making a 4/6 that buffs other minions if it had survived.
Not anymore, you can't. That second Rockpool Hunter was actually quite possibly one of the only draws in the deck. That and the War Leaders that really got anywhere close to getting Bulgaria out of this mess. Because without it, there was just that Leok Houndmaster setup, as you mentioned. But now still, Powder, even though the initial crab push has not quite got him there, he still has a ton of tools available to him. This is Murloc kill number 3 for the crab. And he still has Hyena, Razor Maw, Unleash the Hounds. He already has enough mana available to be able to Hyena, Unleash the Hounds in the same turn at any given point. But the issue that maybe I have here, and the reason why this one is far from over, is that it's pretty much board equilibrium now with True Silver coming down. You know what's a good card at breaking board equilibrium, Raven?
Blessing the Kings.
Finja the Flying Star was more what I was looking at.
Yeah, that is, it might be the breaker, as you said. It's going to be a little bit difficult to even deal with unless there's the, this won't even work. It won't be fast enough. Macaw into Kodo to deal with the Finja, but doesn't work like that because for Macaw to generate a beast, you have to put it on the board.
Whoa!
Then,
Tell me more.
Always. I can talk always about Hunter. But that means Finja can kill it. So
good talk.
Yep.
So True Silver seems likely this turn. Blessing of Kings just didn't even create a value trade. And now this is just going to be kind of a messy spot for Sweden. Razor Maw with no target to hit that has charge, which is how you really want it to. And not necessarily with charge, but you know, I'm referring to a minion that is already on the board having charge by effect when you bring Razor Maw down, which is when Adapt is at its best. No targets to activate the Unleash Hyena combo on, so it's just going to have to be Macaw and look for some value.
Yeah, I was wondering whether you actually try and set up this is a bit of a stretch, but a Divine Shield on the Hyena. Because then that kind of deals with anything that's going to come out next turn.
It's ambitious.
Like I said, it is 100%, but that deals with anything outside of weapon hit Consecrate. You know, like, which is like, great, you've just spent a very stupid turn killing a 2/2. Yeah. But other than that, there's nothing really punishes it. Then you have Unleash with the Hyena kind of having charge because it's already been on the board a turn.
It's very ambitious.
Sometimes you've got to be ambitious.
I kind of like it, though.
Yeah, if it survives, you almost just win, right?
I mean, so I think that to us actually looks like a viable play because we see how much of a problem the Sweden are about to be in with the Finja coming down.
Sure.
From Sweden's perspective, they have no idea that they're actually in trouble right now, but still, the play is going to happen.
Let's see what they pick, though. If they pick the Divine Shield.
Hey, good enough.
Well, is it? Well, they're good enough to beat Finja.
I mean, it's good enough for the purposes that we were referring to Divine Shield in.
Yeah.
It's the same job, but yes, Consecration will get the job done either way.
Yeah. But this is, I do like this idea though, which is, you know, why I brought it up in general. The second you can sneak a Hyena, like we saw it earlier in the game me and Lorinda cast, it's like, the double Hyena when you can't clear them both at the same time. Seems good.
Yes.
And the win was just off the back of that because Hyena is just that strong. And Razor Maw makes cool things happen. I'm gonna go for the Finja.
I like it. I mean, how are the beasts dying, right? How is this Hyena going nuts? They've seen
Curve the Unleash the Hound onto the other side of the board.
James McAvoy and Angelina Jolie, the sequel. Unleash.
Unleash the Curve.
Yeah. But so you've seen one Houndmaster get used, which is one potential punish. If Houndmaster did come down, you have Blessing of Kings on your Finja to be able to plow through anyway. And now you can just Consecration. If another minion hits the board, it's Consecration to help Finja trade up into something that had more health. And then you just get your huge Murloc swing. Look at this blowout that's going to come this turn.
Yeah. I was wondering how much better the bow is there of one of the 3 drops. Because at this point, if you see Finja, you probably aren't winning the long game, right?
Sure.
So do you just go aggressive at this point? Because you've seen all the early Murlocs, you've seen the chumps.
Well, this is more aggressive, right? You have an extra minion on the board that can attack next turn.
Probably just going to die, though, isn't it?
What if it does? Again,
well, what if it doesn't?
We can see the Consecrate. I think if there is...
I didn't even mean to Consecrate.
If there is a Consecrate in your... Well, if that minion dies, then one of the other minions isn't dying. Only a certain amount of minions can be traded into by Finja and the 2 Bluegill warriors even that get summoned, right?
I was just thinking the reliance on you just weapon into the Cobra and then just... you trade Finja into the Hyena and weapon into the Cobra and like... the rest of the board gets challenged by the Murlocs to a certain extent.
Right, but there's still a bunch of bodies that are then left on the board that represent damage that then add up to the bow that then has charge on the following turn.
I'll let you off.
Thanks.
Noble Sacrifice probably going to be better. This is one of the matchups where the actual Noble Sacrifice trumps the Getaway Kodo. You're not really looking for that long-term value. You already have it in Finger anyway. So it's going to be able to true silver into a 1-1. Tundra Rhino.
If he waits one more turn, all these Unleash the Hounds can have charge.
Zook.
Whoa.
I mean, you do wait one more turn, right? Just like Bow Hero Power here?
Bow Hero Power face. He's down to, what, 16 at that point. Unleash will represent, let's be ambitious and say that it gets him 5 more over the course of the game if he can wait that long. In the meantime, there's a Tidecaller on the board hitting him in the face. Is this a race you win, Raven? I'm not convinced.
Do you really want to keep trading against this board, though?
Is this board control that you win, Raven? I'm not convinced.
Well, there you go. What do you want me to do?
Find me a third option.
No.
Go back to the creator, our Lord and Savior Reynad, and ask him for a third option.
Where's Dread?
Sure.
I mean, looking at the overall, the way this deck's been built, from what I can see already with the Hunter, there's probably still a lot of low curve minions, which means sometimes Tundra Rhino plus whatever's drawn next turn can do some funky things. We saw one rat, so there's probably a second which you can get multi-charges from. Grandmother, for example, you can get some really good work done in the following few turns. Looks like Powder is going to trade away the Finger, though, and try and maybe win the game off the back of this Rhino plus a draw.
Yeah. I mean, if he can get all the way, find some cards to play for the next 2 turns, and then his draw on the 10-mana turn is Scavenging Hyena #2. Then insanity can happen. Maybe that's the kind of niche world that we're living in right now.
Yeah, look at the world Bulgaria is living in, though. It's got full of Murlocs, and they are being blessed by Kings. This is so much extra damage with the combination of the War Leader, and then next turn, there's Noble Sacrifice along with another Blessing of Kings, if it is even needed. Okay, Macaw. It's all on you, friend. You have to just...
7-mana Beast Deathwing. Go.
How good is Volcanosaur? What does Volcanosaur do?
Divine Shield and Taunt would go get through. Nah, yeah, Blessing of Kings would still kill you. You might be alive to the board if with Volcanosaur into 2 beneficial adapts. It's not a bad shout. Not that one, though.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward. Unleash does kill off the Tidecaller. Or the War Leader, either way.
Yeah, Bow kills the War Leader and Hounds kill the Tidecaller is the most efficient way to do it, but you are still dead exactly to the 6th remaining power. And it's going to be Bulgaria, perhaps a small upset. Bulgaria are a decent team in their own right, for sure. But Sweden, essentially a powerhouse, a former world champion, another major winner in orange. Powder, of course, massive storied history, and Show, massive competitive background as well. An all-star team of Alliance members and Show together, defeated by Bulgaria there. It has to go down as an upset, but a very well-played series from both sides overall.
Yeah, it was extremely close. Very, very back and forth. You know, you've just got to look at the Pirate Warrior versus the Mage game earlier on. Like, that was so close on multiple ways. Just a single correct draw from Show. I say correct, like, you chose wrong to draw the
I mean, the way you talk about Mage, that actually seems to be your belief of the deck. Yeah. I'm angry, guys.
So, yeah, and very interesting. You can see the story of the Paladin Mage was on the Ace player.
Yes.
So that's actually pretty important in terms of, we were talking about putting the 2 power classes together.
Right.
It means if your Ace player has to play, then they get to play 2 fantastic classes.
They get to play one of 2 powerful classes in the Ace match, right? Because one of them will have already been used.
That's what I mean. But across the series, they play both,
exactly.
which is a great option. So pretty cool again the way we get to see those classes paired up. So now I think we have Morgalad ready for an interview. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, awesome.
Hello.
Fantastic. So first off, congratulations on a very close win there versus Team Sweden. Must be feeling fantastic. First question for me is, why the Pirate Warrior? Because you've been playing Control, or Taunt Warrior, should I say, the past few weeks, right?
Well, yeah, this was basically the first thing we decided. Actually, we decided that even before our first match with Switzerland. We decided, okay, once I've played already Osaka, I beat him with Control Warrior. I gave them an interview and I said that I'm playing only Control Warrior. I'm going to play Taunt Warrior the first 2 matches, and then against Sweden, I'm just going to switch to Pirate Warrior. Nobody is going to expect that. No chance. And it worked, I think.
Yeah, I really think it did. And it's something we discussed actually in terms of, as the weeks go on, players like yourself is like, clearly likes the Taunt Warrior, is performing very well with it. And then the sudden switch, because the decks are so different, is actually kind of crazy.
Yeah,
yeah.
How does it feel as a team, by the way, to, in the ace match, get hungry crabbed as aggressive Murloc Paladin and still come back and win the game? Because that was insane. That crab ate a Murloc, then it traded, then it got Hound Mastered and killed a 3rd Murloc, but you were still able to come out on top in the end.
Yeah, first of all, we were really happy with the way lineup went. Because Agro Paladin, we believe, is favored against Hunter.
I agree.
And when we saw our opening hand, we were like, no chance we are losing that. But then we saw the crap. We saw the crap, and we decided, well, maybe we are losing this, but we just drew better than our opponents. Actually, the point where we thought they might turn the game around was when we played Finja. If they had Deadly Shot, then perhaps it was unwinnable for us. But we decided it is worth the risk to save the consecration and just play to win with Finja.
I think that was actually a really smart decision. You said you just drew better, but I think that was a crucial game-winning decision as well. A more scared player or team probably would have just consecrated on that turn and dealt with it, but Finja was a much better play overall, and you got rewarded for it, so congratulations.
Yeah. Basically, the rule is play to win, not play not to lose.
Exactly. Yeah.
Never heard more correct words. That's a phrase I've heard quite often, and one that is definitely true. But won't take up any more of your time, Morglad. Thanks a lot for talking to us, and congratulations again on the win for Bulgaria. And we'll be speaking to you soon, no doubt.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so great to hear from Morglad. I feel like he's one of the pillars of Team Bulgaria, always waving around the flag and always, actually just always having a strong performance, always getting those wins under his belt. We can check out some of the key moments from this series overall. Again, this felt like a long time ago now.
I genuinely don't remember there being a Quest Road game in this series. How long ago was this?
Yeah. 10 hours. We're now to week 5 of Hearthstone Global Games. But
right. It was the lethal at the end, right?
The 19 with the lap,
I remember. Yeah.
So we see Orange's concentration until a few turns down the line, and he completely forgets he can double hero power, potentially.
Yep. And this was the big push here, just trying to set up a bunch of 1-2s on the board and try and ensure that one of them would stick so that Crystal Core would allow a charging 5-5 on the following turn. Little did they know, however, that Noble Sacrifice was going to stop that 5-5 from doing anything. And so scared they were of this secret being in play, they actually just negated to play the quest. They just turned it down. They did something else. The quest didn't even get played. And then Orange, with the Vilefin pickup, you see him just generating the board as best he can. And we think that they only just spotted the lethal at the very last.
You see, Orange like, right, okay, so I'll go here and I'll go here and I'll do this, the hero power, and it's like, you could. Okay, let's wait.
7, 8.
It's like, oh yeah, I can hero power, sick.
And then that final realization of, wait, 5 + 5 + 9. This seems to add up quite nicely for me. There we go. And then check out the final reaction as they get the job done. Oh, he says.
Yeah, there you go. He didn't realize.
Yeah.
Didn't realize. That is absolutely amazing. We can see now the game from Osaka, where it was actually the win from the Shaman here, right? Yes, it was, wasn't it? Bulgaria won this game.
Completely dominant with
I was going to say, sorry, it's just like you said, this series was fairly long, so I just couldn't quite recall there. But yeah, this was a very strong win. The dirty rat for the Drake. There was a second Drake that came out, but it was just never enough. And then we saw the terror. There was the Jade Spirit with the Spirit Echoes on it. Right. Like, oh, damn. Don't mess with that guy.
Right at the start of this matchup, I was talking about, does your Shaman deck have the power to reload through a Ravaging Ghoul and a Whirlwind Sleep with the Fishes and a Brawl and a Primordial Drake? The answer was a very emphatic yes when Spirit Echo is part of your deck.
Now we saw the mage versus the shaman from Sweden now on the shaman, and this game just went seemingly on and on and on, and pretty much revolved around the Spirit Echoes just seems more and more an MVP card, and very flexible, generates the actual minion value against the Control Warrior in the last series to be able to power through the damage, the healing, the hero power. Now, yeah, we saw it generate an absolute amazing amount of health. This self-volcano not clearing off the healers except for the hot spring was kind of hilarious.
Yeah, this game was just a little bit silly. There was a bunch of board presence generated, but then it was the mage player who wanted the shaman's shaman's board to live, and the shaman player that wanted their own board to die because of all the repeated value. And here is that game-winning turn from Bulgaria. The sequencing on the consecration was maybe a little bit strange, giving themselves maximum flexibility to react afterwards instead of popping open the rat pack first and going from there. But
well,
still.
it would have buffed the Hyena, right? It would have buffed the Hyena.
Right, yeah, of course. But they still managed to push through in the end. These huge buffs with the Blessing of Kings in play, and yeah, just game-ending damage with the War Leader and the Kings. Nothing to find from the Jeweled Macaw to get the job done.
Oh, absolutely crazy series. Bulgaria are going to be extremely happy winning that one. We can check out the impact it has on the group. Bulgaria rocking the top now.
Nice.
With a 2-1 record, 7-6 overall. Sweden now 1-1 at 5-5 in the game score. So still everything to play for in this group. Switzerland at 0-1. Still isn't even that bad because there's just way more matches to be played. This group specifically is not as far advanced down the line of matches played as a lot of the other groups. So this group still got to throw it all up in there and see where it lands. We have, China, a powerhouse country with a lot to, sort of recover, I feel, after their HCT performance, and also their reversed sweep against them from Team Sweden in the previous weeks.
Yeah, China and Sweden probably the two countries that you would expect to be coming out with a little bit of an advantage in that group, but Bulgaria proving that they're just good enough to just get in there and hang with those two powerhouses so far. And Bulgaria, as you said, have done a significant, played an extra game over anyone else in that group at that point. They've been playing almost every week at this point. Feels like we've got to know them. They're just old friends at this point, just showing up over and over again. And they've put themselves in a comfortable position. It's the rest of the group now that needs to play catch up with them. But again, Sweden and China, the big ones to look out for that will be leading the pack in terms of trying to catch Bulgaria.
Yeah, and that is going to be that match for now. We still have 2 more matches for you today. It's going to be a 6-match day. It's going to be Portugal versus Greece coming up right after this.
We're almost there. Quiet down, everyone. This is not like any of our previous expeditions. This will be far more ambitious. We're stepping into a land of primordial wonder. Infused with astonishing elemental energies. The plant life here holds very unusual properties. So don't touch anything. And while you may be excited to see the local fauna, you might want to make sure they don't see you. Because their powers of adaptation are devastating. Make no mistake. We will be tested at every turn. But if we stay on our guard, we might just survive. Now then, are you ready? Then let's journey into Ongoro Crater.